Right. Let's get it back again. Can you guys hear me and hear music? Oh, you don't hear the music. You can't hear me at all. Okay, good. Okay, good. Let me just get this link out real quick, and then I'll be on here. I'm obviously here. All right. Let's try that again for the umpteenth time. There we go. So we were talking about dusk, right? And actually before that we were on ETH and we're looking at these ideas. Let's go back to this real quick. All right, just kind of oversimplifying it for us here. Just looking at this right here, assuming this was a B right here. But if that's not the case, and we're still inside of this wave right here, that's where this comes in. That puts us all the way over here. So let's come back over to ETH and let's look at that 377. This is going to be our main focus, at least for me. This is going to be my main focus. What occurs here in the next session? We got like 36 minutes left inside of this session. That's really what we're going to be looking for. Here, I'll lower the music for you. Is that better for you guys? Hopefully it's a little bit better for you guys, a little bit more easier on the ears. What up, Stefan? Welcome. Welcome. You're welcome. All right. Speaking of coffee, I need to get some coffee myself. So let me grab some coffee. I'll leave the charts on for you guys, so you guys can see the charts, see what's going on here. But I'll be here. Coffee brewing. And let's look at some additional coins here in the meantime. Let's see. Let's see. Get I want to look at Aster. That's one of the coins that I was kind of just looking at yesterday. That thing had a deep push. Let's see how deep these things get. Rose. Somebody was asking me about Rose. Oh, good gosh. Hey, buddy. If you look at the previous video, I think you were actually in here, Monke. I literally went over that for 10 minutes in the previous video. I say this with the utmost respect. I don't mean to sound disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. But I do enjoy that you're here. But if you're gonna ask me the same question over and over again and force me to repeat myself, then I'm just gonna end the streams. It literally just takes one person for me to end the streams. But that seems to be a habit that you have being inside of here. I'm not calling you out specifically, but it may come across that way. Watch the stream. It's in the first 10 minutes. That's literally what I do every single time at the beginning of the streams. I walk you through what the setups are, what I'm looking at. So if you're going to pop in here and just ask me out of the blue what I'm doing and not paying attention, then I'm just going to kill the streams altogether. Yeah, buddy, you were in it. I said good morning to you. And it's literally documented. It's recorded. So I say good morning to you. I say good morning to Solar. I said good morning to Chris. I said good morning to everybody. What's up, party? I mean, we just got to think of it logically, right? Like, I'm not streaming waiting for you guys to hop onto YouTube. I'm streaming just my ideas. You know, I enjoy the viewers, things of that nature, but I'm putting it out there for you guys, so you know exactly what I'm looking at, what I'm thinking when it comes to it. It's recorded. All you got to do is just rewind. Just hit that little scroll button, go back, and be like, all right, let me see what he's talking about, and then catch up to the live stream later. We had technical difficulties on the last video. But that video was running for probably roughly around 40 minutes. So in the first 10 minutes of me opening, I literally went into what my thought process was from a monthly down to a daily and even down to a lower time frame. It's all there. Now I'm looking at other coins. I'm not going to go back just yet. It's all good, man. I repeat myself as is with my kids. The last thing I want to do is repeat myself more when I'm trading. So let me try to get back into this. I want to look at this from a weekly perspective. Good gosh. This thing's in no man's land. There's no data here. 2, 3, yeah, so that looks like it's a 1, 2. That looks like a 3, and then we'll probably get a 4. So I'm gonna look at, geez, everything else is gonna probably tank. Maybe you got a double bottom and something like that. Let's figure it out though. Yeah, I'll check out River. I'm gonna go through a bunch of coins. I'm sidelined pretty much on everything. I'm waiting for the better opportunity. I'd be looking for the longs here at these levels. I have some alarms set for ETH. I'll share those alarms with you guys here momentarily. So maybe you guys want to set the same thing on yours. Set your alarms and levels that you want to be looking for. So as we start tapping into those levels, you'll be like, all right, bet that's the level that Saint was looking at. Let's see what price action is doing at that area. Right now, I want to see if there's going to be a retest and we hold that area, or if we sink down to 2200s. But I'll put on the list. I'll look at River. I want to go through Rose. I want to go through Aster. I want to finish going through Dusk. And then I want to look at Soul. Obviously, I want to look at BTC. And then I'll look at River. So I'll open up to about 3 different coins to you guys. If River is one of them, I'll put that on the list. And if you have another coin, we'll see. I'll actually make a little poll for you guys. You guys give me the coins and then you tell me which ones you want me to look at. First things first, I want to look at Rose just from a weekly. This looks like a 5 impulse wave. Let's go ahead and measure this out. Let's do our due diligence here. That is the flattest wave too I've ever seen. Coño. So then wave 4 is going to be sharp. Coffee's brewing. Hang on real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. Can you get my coffee? Can you get my coffee? There we go. So let's finish measuring this out. Let's see if that was an accurate wave 3. No, the heck it wasn't. That's not even logically possible. That's not even possible. So what are you in right now? I probably don't have enough data on that. I just don't have enough data on that. And go 1, 2, and then 3. I can go that way. I can't really use this data over here, but I can use this data. 1, 2. Yeah, I can do it that way. Okay, let's try it that way. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. And let's go ahead and move this over. So that went perfectly to a 618. This is peak of wave 1. I see that's still too deep. That's still way, 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 way too deep. Nope, none of these. None of these extension levels make any sense. Oh, that does though. Okay. Yeah, because 1.618 is way down here. That's not accurate. That was a weak wave 3 in the grand schemes of wave count wise. And it breached underneath it. Add some accuracy to that. What's up, Guido? Morning, brother. Good afternoon. Let's go a little bit higher on that one. I think that's a 313. Actually, no, it's probably a 218. Yeah. I don't think a 313. It's a little bit too deep for a 313. These are obviously unique measurements. I'm just using the math on it, just trying to get an idea as far as where that fib level went to. There we go. Okay. So then a wave 4. 2, 3. Now I need a 4. Let's look at fib time zones. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're in a big pocket. Okay. Let's move you over. And then I need to find a wave 5. See, this is the hard part, is because we're like in no man's land. So this is going to be difficult to actually pinpoint where wave 5 could possibly go. There's no way I'm gonna be. There's no data. That's gonna be hard. Your best bet is gonna hope for a double bottom or truncation. You need to find some support in that area, which essentially would be here. So I would look for a revisit in that area, or just like all-time highs. That's price discovery. All-time lows. When we have coins like this, it would be inside of a price discovery. Yeah, I'm gonna go through a couple of them. Intense chat yesterday. Yeah, that's what happens when you bring religion into it. But that's so interesting. I was just reading First John this morning, and it reminded me of that chat that was in our community. I believe it was John 3. First John chapter 3, excuse me. I won't kill you guys with scripture, but somebody brought it up just now inside the chat. So it was it's John 1 chapter 3 verse 7. Little children, let no one deceive you. He who practices righteousness is righteous, just as he is righteous. He who sins of the devil, for the devil has sinned from the beginning. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. Whoever has been born of God does not sin, for his seed remains in him, and he cannot sin because he is born of God. So in layman's terms, people will have confusion because they're just not born of God yet. They haven't given themselves yet. But I'll digress. I won't beat you guys over the head with scripture or Bible or anything like that. So this looks like it's a freaking triple bottom kind of forming here in this area. So this is where we're going to get data from. I'll bring this up a little bit. We'll come into this area. We'll make that pocket like so. So if I'm going to make an assumption here where wave 5 is going to go, like we'll revisit this area without a doubt. If it sinks below it, then again, it's in price discovery. I have no idea where it's going to go. I have no data over here. Does your name represent a loss for me? Oh, no, I don't know. So if I'm going to look at this, that means ultimately we're in a bear market. I use air quotes because I'll show you here on corrections, but I'll show you what I mean by bear market here in a second. But I'm just going to use that terminology loosely and say bear market. But I'd look for something like this. Considering this was sharp, I'm going to look at flat levels, right? Retesting some of this support area right over here. Ideally, not to breach into this level. That would be ideal. But then again, it could, push a little higher to this level. I'll put a 0.236 on there as well too, just see what it looks like. But I'm going to say there, and then have a revisit back into this zone. This is measured from a weekly, so let's space this out a little bit. Maybe you get truncation where price action falls right into here, so wave 5 doesn't breach into here. That's truncation. Truncation could be up here, here, all these levels. But if we were going to come back and revisit this area just to reaffirm support, if it breaches down below, then you have another all-time low, and then you're in price discovery again. So I have no idea where it would go if it were to go deeper than that. I'm just going to give you my speculation for Rose, saying we come back to that level. I can give you the mathematics on here for a wave 4. Let's do... Yeah, so... wave 4 can actually come to these levels. That would make sense too. So let's look at two different boxes. We had support here and we pushed up. So we're going to look at this zone over here. Got a fair value gap that sits in that area as well too. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. And we're also going to look at this level right underneath it too. I believe I have some order blocks that sit there. Yeah, I could see them. You can see them visually, but like you got some order blocks that sit in this area. I think these will all be taken. That would be liquidity. That will give the push up. Let's look at more liquidity. Yep, and then we have more. What? Look at that. That is insane. Yo, Rose going to straight up zero. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah. But I would target this area right over here. So I'm going to go look at this order block right over here. We're going to put a box on that as well too. I want to utilize one other additional tool. This one's based on smart money concepts. So I've got an order block that sits right over here. Let's overlap them real quick. So strong confluence inside that zone. I think it would take that area. Okay. And have to come into that zone. Okay. EMAs, I got a 100 that sits right over here as well too. So I have more confluence that sits there. So I got an order block that sits inside that zone. I have a fib level that sits inside this zone. I get the peak of wave 1, which was support for a brief moment to give us wave 2, to give us that up thrust. And then I have a 100 EMA that sits in that area if we were going to test that area and reject off of that EMA. So I'm gonna position myself in the sense of looking for a short in that area. That being said, we would want to confirm that we're inside of a wave 3. So if you get any type of revisit into this zone, I would be looking to long. So my setup would look like this. And you'd have a very tight stop loss because you're inside a price discovery. A very tight stop loss. Even tighter than that. Literally making a new low. I'd be out. And then I'd look to take that to right around here. That's what I would look for. You got a buy signal as well. There's a collapse of strength on the weekly for DI negative, and they're losing strength. So you can actually DCA this whole thing, to be honest with you. We can drill in a little bit deeper on that. So my setup would look like that. I would TP here, leave a runner to get back into this zone, into these areas. Any one of these fibs over here, you know, maybe it just takes all these order blocks for liquidity and pushes all the way up into these areas. It's not going to give me a 618 because I already had a 618. And so worst case scenario would give me a 7.6 or an 8.8. But I would assume we were probably going to come to these levels. So my long would look like that. No, I closed all of Dusk. I'm going to look for some new entries on Dusk. If you need things to be larger, I could do this for you. Does that work for you? That long from there. I appreciate the suggestion, but I'm gonna keep it in this format. I think majority of people they're fine with it. Can only fine tune it so much. But if you can't see something for whatever reason, you know, just ask me and I'll call it out for you. But I've back tested it on my side. I've went back into my streams. We've opened it up on mobile, zoom in on it, and I can read it on my side. So I don't know what's going on your side, but happy to help. And then I would look for short somewhere over here. You know, even though I have a stop loss, I would build inside of that. But ideally, I'd be looking for, you know, that's a wide stop loss. But I'd start building inside of that. All right, this is a little aggressive. Not that serious. Right, all it is zero. Rose to zero. All right, this is probably something I would hold on to, but I would definitely be looking at taking profits here in this area. 100%. 100%. Yeah, if you press control and plus, it'll open up, it'll make it larger for you. But that's what my short, my long and my short idea would look like for Rose. Let's go ahead and save this so we have for future reference. Whatever, I'm writing in all caps, but I get it. And then what we can do is I can actually make this box right over here, make that viewable on lower time frames as well too. I'll bring it down to minutes and hours. And this box as well too. I'll open that up to hours and minutes. And then what I'm going to do is I'll scale down to like a 55-minute. And we can see these are those boxes that I'm referring to. So that looks like a pretty big pull in that area. Well, I can't see that. Is that a wick? Oh, that is a wick. Yeah, so there's a good amount of demand that's presenting itself here in this area. So maybe you don't get all the way down to the weekly low that we're looking at just now. Maybe you don't get into this area. This box, this is what I'd be looking at. It's a relatively quite large box. So one thing that I would like to do is I'll take just the bottom of this wick or the bottom of that body to the bottom of that wick. That puts me like the 50% benchmark right in this area. So what I'll do is just do something like this. Build your long off of that. So saying, you know, price is not coming back to that level. Like, what do I do? You know, what do I look for? You know, then look for this. This thing keeps templating with these ridiculous stop losses. I'd run the same stop loss. You'd probably be a little bit heavier, but I'm still looking at the same targets. So you'd really have two different entries that you're looking at. So you're either looking at let's turn out maybe black. Does that help? Yeah, that helps. So does that 0.012940? If you can't view it here, if you're inside Discord, what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna post this inside of inside my corner, just so you guys have it for reference. You can refer back to it. And yes, I'm going to leave this at 0. But we'll do the longs for right now. Control shift. I don't know why you can't see, buddy. All right, I'm posting this one inside of my corner now. All right, Rose is inside the corner now. Short goes to 0. Yeah, we're gonna look at that now. So that's let's organize this a little bit for us too, because we had a Rose. So we'll move Rose over into the live trades bucket. We'll keep that in there. All right, what's next? You guys kept on asking me about River, so I'll go to River. What gives us the most data? Binance. What? Is this the right coin? Am I looking at the right coin? What am I gonna do with that? I don't have much to do with that. I can't do much with that. It hit an all-time high. It's in price discovery. Is there more data on a different exchange? Does Maxi give more data? It's the same amount of data. Actually, Maxi gives a little bit more data, if I'm looking at that right. But this is spot, yeah. Yeah, they all give the same. So I'll stick with Binance on that one. I don't know what to do with that. I mean, you got an all-time high. You got a 10 on Lido phase. Printing a 5. You do have a 9 that printed here. Let me go ahead and add River, just so it's in the wheelhouse. River's like one of those with Dusk. And that printed a 9. That's kind of what I want to see for Dusk. I want to see it print a 9. 3-day. X, A, B. Oh, I have nothing out of that. I can't get anything out of that. I got a nice 9. I'd definitely be looking to see if I can short that. All right. 1. That doesn't count. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then I'm going to look at an ABC on that. Yep, so 1, 2. Okay, can I get a harmonic out of that? X, A, B, C, D. Maybe I'm going to put my indicator on real quick. I'm going to little cheat code for myself. See if I can pick anything up. Not enough data. Yeah. Okay, we'll just do this by hand. That looks like a shooting star on a 4 hour. I would definitely be looking to a short river. 100%. X, A, B, C. That's a little bit too aggressive though. That's too aggressive of a. Yeah, see, that's too aggressive. I'd actually need to probably expand you out. Let's look at some pivot points. It's a tough one. Just looking at a 4 hour though. 4 hours really what I want to see for. Yeah, so I'm gonna go back to a 4 hour. I look at this as a. There's gonna be an ABC, and then maybe that ABC turns into a wave one. Then you get a wave two, and then you start getting bearish corrections. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I may not respect any of those levels. But on a 4 hour, let's just do our due diligence, right? I'm looking at it from this perspective right here. You know, obviously you had a sweep, then you had an impulse, and then correction. So let's just go here. Let's see if this lines up. Sure the F does. Okay, so I'm right about that. I'm right on the wave count for that. Now I need to see an ABC. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. Um, reverse, you know, that whole move down to here. I don't care about any of this. I definitely want to be long in any of that. way I could see that. Either here or here. But let's just say we go here. That's one way. That might be too deep. Right, get a good pivot point there. This needs to go higher for that D to go lower, but I could get something like that. I mean, possible. Let's see what the math looks like for that. I don't have a wave A yet. But I'd definitely be looking for shorting that. So just spitballing here. Just run a tight stop loss on that. You'll probably revisit that area. As of right now, you'll probably get like an ABC. And 50%, then a bounce. Because that's retesting this area right over here. It's retesting this zone, so I would look for something like that. All right. And all I'm doing here is I'm measuring from the swing points here, the pivot point. This pivot point. This hasn't matured as a pivot point yet, but I'm utilizing this as a pivot point. But definitely want to be long and definitely be looking to short it aggressively. To be me personally. I actually might look to enter on that here soon. All right, so if I get a wave A there, then I need to look for a wave B. If I do bounce there. Oh, 618 or 32. One of these two. I'm gonna get. I mean, I'll have them there for future reference. Just get rid of all this additional noise. Don't need that. Well, actually, I'll leave the extension level up in the event that it decides to go a little bit higher. I'm gonna take off 0.786. This is kind of what I would be looking for. I'm gonna take off the 0.886 as well too. So I'm looking at a retracement back down to 20.962 for river inside that area. I want to see if it can maintain and hold that level. Excuse me, for a bounce, and then a pullback into, pretty bearish would be right around like 26.368 up to about 30.77. That's what I'm looking at. And then from here, we would look for a wave C. All I'm going to do here is just going to flip this over so I can get my extension levels. Yep. These will be violated, so I'm not even concerned about those. That puts us right over here, which would take this pocket for liquidity. I like that. I can work with that. Now let's see what that looks like from a pattern perspective. Did I put a pattern up yet? No, I didn't put a pattern up yet. And then either this becomes a wave one, like this whole move down from from this point, this swing point over here, down to this swing point becomes a wave A. You get a small little bounce, but you don't get a higher high. Then you get like a wave two, and then you'll get a big wave three. The other side of that would be if you get a impulse up to the upside, and then it starts to retrace, but it holds inside of that impulse level, then you have a wave one, you have a wave two, then it's going to go for another wave three. So I would look at this as longing this zone back into this level, wave B area, closing that position, and then adding to my short inside that area. Because once this is formed, wave D, we'll get a wave B. Wave B is a relatively pretty strong area. So we're just going to go ahead and save this. This looks like a total pattern, just eyeballing it. And we're on a 4-hour for this. Again, if you guys can't see, I don't know how to help you from that perspective. It's a mixed bag in the sense of what people can and cannot see. But what I am going to do is I'm going to be posting them inside my corner. I got to be able to work the way that, has some comfort to me too. All right, so let's go ahead and put this in the corner. You know, one thing I didn't check? How hot is this thing right now? I guarantee it's like piping hot, right? You're just warm. Okay. I'll take the heat maps off that real quick. All right, so this is River, Crimea River. Here, and then what I'll do here is I'll make this easy for some of you guys so people don't sit there and whine like, I went back to entry, I came in late. Like, here. that clear enough for you guys? I'm going to post this inside corner as well too, so you guys have it for reference. All right, what do we got next? Let's check on ETH real quick. Let's make sure we have this saved. Rivers inside there. Let's clean up our idea. And very similar to what you saw me do on for what was it? Not river, for rows, you know, scaling down to the lower time frames and looking at those boxes. So you can set them up on a higher time frame and then start scaling down on lower time frames to find those boxes that give you better entry levels altogether. What do we have next? Let me take a look. Okay, let me go over to, let's just check on ETH real quick. We were looking at 377. I believe that new session. Let's see. This is what I was looking for. I got 4 hours left in that. I do have a higher low. I'm gonna do something extremely risky here, but I'm gonna start building along here now on ETH, and I'm gonna run a very, very, very tight stop loss. But I'm gonna start building it now, and my first TP would be somewhere over here, or my TP would be there. It would just be a final TP, and if it continues to go, it goes. So give me a second real quick. I'm gonna start building here with a very tight stop loss. That puts me like at 29.74 some change. But this is what I was waiting for ETH. I wanted to see if this level on this, now mind you, there's still 4 hours and 45 minutes left inside of this session, so a lot could happen. That's why I'm going to keep the tighter stop loss. But if you guys recall, on the higher time frame, which has 3 hours left inside of it, I wanted to see that this trend line ultimately can hold itself. You know, that's where the theory is coming from. It's classic. There's nothing special about it. Probably there's a lot of people, individuals that are seeing it, and you start to see shorts entering there just to push the price down. That's the risk that I ultimately have to take. But what if that support level actually does hold? Because you know, TA wise, it's been a trend line since November, so it's been maintaining itself for roughly, you know, going on almost 3 months now. We can drill down on this a little bit more. You know, same process. Set up your boxes like so. Expand them over. See kind of what occurred over here in this area. You know, we had accumulation reaccumulation that occurred here in this area. Then we had an upthrust, so quite a significant area. And then let's drill down to a 1 minute. I actually need that 377 back. Hang on. I need that on all time frames, or at least I need it on the minutes. And then let's go ahead and drill down. Let's come back to a 3. I want to check the temperature on these real quick. Ugh. I don't like that temperature, to be honest with you. Do I get anything prettier? No, maybe like a 13-minute. You got an impulse that's coming here as well too. I do have a cooldown. Risky altogether. Yes, it is. It could flush, but I'm willing to take that risk. Yeah, it's trying to hold here open. Maybe we get a little push to the upside. So let's go back to 377. The move is booty, for lack of better terminology, and it's already running hot. So you got, damn, we have people that are entering short on that. They're gonna try to flush that line. They're gonna try to flush that line. It's okay. Like I said, I have a very tight stop loss on that. It's not a huge risk, but that's the name of the game. You got to see entry levels and not get paralysis and like, I don't know, I don't want to get stopped out. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. But sometimes you just got to wait for those levels to start getting tapped into, and this is kind of what we were looking at. So for anyone coming on here late, what's your entry? What's your stop loss? I literally just gave it to you. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. Stop loss is 2975.36. Entry is sitting right around 2988. And that's what we got to try to maintain. All right. Sure you guys got questions. Where did it die? Real clear. Yeah, if it goes, that'll be a good one. That'll be a good one. I mean, got a nice cooldown on a 377. From if you guys utilize any of the indicators that I've wrote, this is basically for candle analysis. When we start heating up, that's when you start looking for shorts. When you start cooling down, that's when you look for longs. Sometimes you can have a cooldown and it keeps going down. That could always occur. You had a cooldown here, kind of a little bit of a pop, and then a big flush here, and then you had a nice cooldown. That's the real color that we're looking for. We're looking for like an aqua looking color, and we kind of got like a green here, like a light green going on right over here, and we're sitting on an impulse. Next level, if just looking at this, if it decides to flush this area, then I'm looking at 2948. If you're running a lower leverage and you're just DCAing and building in this area, I would build all the way to like 2948. Let me get some more coffee, guys. Be right back. Let's go over to this. Why does the music keep stopping and going? That's weird. I don't know why the music does that. All right, let's look at ETH on a 3-day real quick. See, that's a nice cooldown. All right, these are nice cooldowns. This is kind of what we're looking for. See if we can ultimately hold this area. It is printing a 5 on the lead up phase, which is not ideal. Just shows us that that trend is not completely fully exhausted just yet. Yeah, this is my 376 view, but I'll put it in there for you guys. Let me go ahead and take some of this noise off for you guys. And I'll add, this is just, I'll reply back to my initial thesis. I had actually posted about this the other day saying, I don't know if wave 4 is in. So just looking at it, okay, that's posted inside the corner for ETH, so you can see it there. You can zoom out and zoom in, what have you. All right, what's the other coin we want to look at? Let's go back to Dusk real quick. Dusk is in a pretty significant area for resistance. Why is this music still doing that? Maybe it's just buffering. I'll just pause it for a second. So here's the thing about Dusk for me right now, right? Like I can look at it from a lower time frame and see that, you know, I have a 9 that didn't print higher, so that's concerning for me. I got the same thing on a 1362. On a 610, I do have a 9 that printed higher, but then I also had this massive impulse up to the upside. 450. Got a 9 that printed way down here, but it had all that expansion up. So let's go to a daily. I had a 9 that printed here, but continued that expansion. So I want to utilize this. Actually, let's go over to a 2-day. And this is really what I want to build around. I can take this off right now. We don't need that anymore. We don't need this either. Where are you measured from? Okay, I do need you. I was looking at you. 0.32. I can remeasure that later. I'll just keep that for right now. This is the internal structure. Actually, if I'm really going to be looking at the structure, I should really be doing it from right over here. Let's move this on over. And let's see if we can get... I have a feeling we will revisit this area. We've revisited this area quite a few times. I'll stick to the same setup, to be honest with you. You know, if I get a little bit higher, you know, maybe I don't touch 30, but I touch right inside the zone. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and draw out a box from here. And what I want to do is I want to clip all this right here that you see to the side, right there. And even pick up some of that support area over there, right there. So I'm going to say that we're going to definitely be coming back inside this area. Maybe we go a little bit higher. That puts us like at 29 and some change. What did that actually go to? That went to 29,201. And I have this at 29,821. So anything with a 29 in that area and above, that's really what we're going to be looking for. So and to be honest with you, same situation. I'd actually look at this high right here, so I don't want to run past that. I'd probably TP here. I'd take a TP there. But if I'm going to get into extension levels, because everything else has been crashing, I'm going to go into this right here. Let me post that inside the corner for you guys. Yeah, I use Bytenix charts. I think this is Bytenix. Yeah, this is Bytenix. That's Bytenix chart. You just got to reach out to me. These are all invite only indicators that I've personally written myself. There are some people inside the chat here who have access to them. Some people inside the Discord who have access to them. So there's different steps. You can outright buy them and have a lifetime access to them, or if you have the right amount of volume on Bytenix through our referral link, then you gain access to them that way as well too. Most people don't have the volume, so they end up just buying them all whole, and there's roughly around 17 of them. So those are all the different indicators that people would have access to. All right, I wanted to post this inside of my corner. I think dusk will be a longer haul as far as getting to those areas, but I have no interest in longing it. My only interest is in shorting it. We're going to call this from dust to dead. $29 point, what did we say that was? $29.201. Or yeah, I got that backwards. It's 0.29201 up to 0.30113. Yeah, this thing's holding on for dear life. Probably going to get a flush. I have a feeling that's going to push me out. I would like to see a buy signal flash right over here. And this ADX is still flexing. So I think I'm going to get I probably most likely will get stopped out here. And then I'm looking at 29.48. 29.48.78 inside that area. Damn, do I have a shaved bottom there? Oh, snap. I might have a shaved bottom there. And that would make sense. Nope. No shave bottom there. I thought I checked this earlier. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Okay. So right inside this area, right over here, right where there was accumulation. So coming back and reaccumulating and then moving back up. So if I'm going to set up a box here inside this area, it's quite literally all that. You know, I prefer, you know, sniper entry, so that's why I run a tighter stop loss. Maybe you guys don't have the time and due diligence for that, but that's what your stop loss would look like. That's what it would look like. Yeah. I mean, if ETH can get to like back to 3,300, 33, I'd be open to looking at some hedge shorts in that area because we got some good resistance, but maybe it pushes through and gets us into that 3,500 because there's a good amount of liquidity that sits at the 3,500 areas. So I would be open, kind of similar to what you see me doing here. Like, okay, it's kind of a risky long. Does it have potential to go down a little bit lower? Yes, absolutely it does. But when we get to those short levels, you know, 3,333 inside of those areas, 3,353 specifically, if we continue to reject those areas, then I'd look to start opening some shorts inside that zone. If it decides to just continue to pump up, I'm looking at that 3,500 area, then I would probably have a heavier short that's inside that zone. And then I'm still looking for that level of 2,200s to be revisited sometime in the month of February and or March. So we got a good amount of time, you know, like 60 days plus. I widened up my stop loss on myself personally, just because this essentially is going to be like an area that I'm looking for us to maintain. This green box right over here. So I'll color coordinate that one gray because that one looks like it's about to get taken out. And then I'm going to build all up in here. All up in there. Yeah, I'll look at Zek. So look at that. It keeps giving us a higher low. That's the only thing where it's like, what are you going to do here? Nice spinning top right there. And I saw this crap just the other day. When was I looking at 13-minute? Yeah, when it was sitting right over here, I saw the same exact crap. Got a 9 printed here and 7 that's deeper. I wish that I had lower ones. It would have made it a little bit cleaner. Changes setup phase on a 21. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to reclaim. We need to reclaim 3000s if we're going to be making any moves to the upside. So just be patient with it. You know, guard your position. I've already adjusted my stop losses, so I'm prepared, and I have additional buys that are going to sit inside this zone over here. Excuse me. We'll just give that some color so you know what I'm talking about. You guys wanted to look at Zach. You guys keep asking me about Zach. Well, if you're inside Discord, you can say it, bro. That line that's the year open. The line is 29.89. And the bottom of that box is 29.46. There. Now you can see it. Losing this level. Boy, oh boy. That opens up all this over here, 2800s. Easily. Now Bitonix just froze on my side. What is going on? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna scream. They're working against me, boys. They're working against me. That just wicked a little bit lower. This just made a new low. Came in lower, came into that zone. Yeah, what was I looking at? I think it was a 13-minute I was looking at. Yeah, this 9 had a failure, so we're creating a balance here inside this area. All right. So do or don't here in this area. We just swept the yearly month open low. So we've created the liquidity that we need in that area. Actually, no, we didn't. I need to adjust that. This needs to be adjusted. That's wrong. That's the yearly open low. Right there. This box just got violated. Maybe we get a wick that comes into this area, so I'm going to adjust this as well too. Just like that. I did that wrong. My fault. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'd get there. I'll be fine. It'll be a free trade after that. That's good. We got a 9 that printed a little bit lower. Now the setup phase would need to change, going with 1, 2, 3, 4. That's difficult. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's still difficult. So ultimately, we want to see something like this. If we're going to move, that's exactly what you're looking for. That's precisely what you're looking for. I gotta clean up these ideas in my chart. This is ridiculously messy. There was no flag here, so I can get rid of you. Flag got invalidated. It went to deeper levels for a flag, so there's definitely no flag. That's the 89 minute count. Where's the 1362? Oh, here you are. You're right here. Okay. Let's go ahead and add you over to these levels. Let's add you to 89. I'm okay with that. All right. So Asia would be the only one that can really make that count. X, A, B, C, D. I should get a 7-point hero. Well, I disagree with you on that because I can see it better from here unless you need a deeper wave D. X, A, B, C, D. That's a short. X, A, B, C, D. That's kind of minimal. X, A, B, C, and then D. That's maybe too tight, so I need to do this by hand. Remember, I said accumulation here in this area. I'll be here for a little bit. Till the end of the month. So we'll sit in this area probably for the next week and a half. That's what I'd be looking for. That's what I want to see stick. Get up to wave B. I could also put wave B here. I could look at it two different ways. Let me just double check the pivot points on that. Losing your brain here, Saint. All right, so I don't have a pivot point there, but I have a pivot point here. Okay, let's just run with that. So that would be a reclaim area that we need to reclaim that area, and then we can fill some of this. You get the idea. This is actually on a 377. I should really open that up and move these out. Where are you from? I don't. Yeah, I'll just hide you again. I don't need you. This way, when we're going back through ideas, we know which timeframes we're looking at. Ultimately, what we're looking for. I'm looking for this idea to support the 1362, so I want to see if this area can hold. This idea can hold. Yeah, we're inside that pocket. Disregard these because wave 5 already occurred here. So really A, B, and then C. Let's measure that out. Let's measure that out. That's a pretty deep extension, 3008. Yeah, sure, it went down a little bit lower than that, but that's fine. Uh, 89 minute? Yeah, 89. I don't know where these hailed from. I don't need those anymore. Yeah, catching a falling knife is not the greatest idea until it's proven otherwise, right? I think that's why we have stop losses. I don't know, just throwing it out there. I just need to know where these lines are coming from. Why do I have this line here? You're a... Actually, I don't even need you anymore. That line I do want. I do want to keep that. All right, let's check on USDT real quick. We haven't looked at USDT for a while today. I'll go to Zach here in a second. You guys recall we were talking about this box. Let me get rid of some of this noise real quick so it's a little bit easier. Remember I was saying we're going to come back into this box. Now, one thing I did notice is on a 610, Yeah, we got a shaved bottom that sits right over here. It completely just whoop, went straight up. This pattern gets invalidated because they didn't even give me a C. And that doesn't make any sense unless I go higher up. And then this would go much, much higher. So that's invalidated. That was the idea that we're looking at for this. But 6.272. It's tapping right into that fib level where we were measuring from before. Observe this pattern just for future reference. When you start to see candles like this after a downtrend, that's relatively bullish. So just keep that in mind for future reference when you are charting and you're looking at candles, things like that. Eighth one, 89-minute. Well, yeah, we just filled that gap that we had over there. I usually look at it from a daily. Just completely filled that entire gap. I mean, the next true gap that we have, I believe, sits right over here. 1700s and some change. Bon voyage! This would happen sooner in my thesis, which is fine. And that just really calls for the remainder of the year to have like up only momentum. But yeah, I mean, we could see that. A small gap at 32.03 on 89-minute. Yeah, you're talking about this area right over here. Yep. It's a good catch. Come back and revisit that area, then go back lower. We could see something like that. We could definitely see something like that. And where does that put us? That's at 32 that we're looking at, right? 32 and some change. That puts us like right around this area. Is that still 32.53? Oh no, I was looking at 33.53. So that puts us right over, a little bit lower. Right inside here somewhere. Something like that. Decent little pullback so far. Let's see what that looks like on a 1 minute. Let's see how that works out. If you did long ETH, let me know inside of the chat. I'll put a poll for you guys, and then I'm going to go into ZEC because I keep promising you guys to look at ZEC, and I'll look at ZEC. My only question is, did you long Ether? Quick little poll for you guys. Let's look at the temperature on this real quick on lower time frames, because I guarantee you got people still trying to short this area. But of course. But of course. But of course. Why would you? Go back to 377. Doji would look nice down here. If we can get a doji, that would look real good. Did I get a... Didn't get a green dot. I should be getting a green dot here relatively soon. I'll probably get a green dot. Like, I'll probably flush into these areas like 2954, 2960s. You know, just building essentially anywhere in between here. Just building, you know, 5%, 5%, 2%, 15%, like however you want to start DCAing in. I would just keep building. I'm relatively going to build all the way to 2948 with, you know, I'll get stopped out around like 2946. But I'll do a manual stop loss, because if I come right to 2946 and it pushes out my stop and then pulls right back up, I'm not going to be a happy camper. So I'll do that manually. It'll be a manual stop loss. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta sit there and hit the head real quick. I gotta use the restroom. Be 2 seconds flat. All right. All right, so we've done dusk, we've done dusk, we've done rose, we've done ETH, rose, dusk. We're gonna look at Zek, and then I want us to look at Aster. That's gonna be the next coin for us. So let's dive into this here. Only one position for me right now. It's gonna be for the ETH long. I'm gonna see if I can get that rose long in there. The ID is posted inside my corner, so I'm going to see if I can grab that as well too. I'm going to revisit that here in a second. Actually, we'll revisit that right now. See if I can. No. So I'm waiting for this area right over here to be tapped into before I can actually take a rose long inside this area. So I'm going to wait for that. Let's set some alarms for that as well too. So when we tap into that area, let's set an alarm for that trend line specifically, and let's set an alarm for when we enter into that box. Zek. What's got more data on it? Binance? That's their spot. Bybit? Is it on Bytenex? I can't even trade it there. So, I mean, I'll look at it, but I won't be taking any positions on it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think like just the textbook area of like what it needs to come back and retest is that. Hmm. I hope that gets invalidated. Because I think I see a shaved bottom. Yep, right here. So this is just like dust for me. This is just another coin that I don't have an interest in shorting it. I'm just going to use basic TA on that one, to be quite honest with you. I'd look at a TP here in this area. That'd be my first TP, but I'd really want to hold that thing until we get to here. That's what I would do for Zach. I'll post this inside my corner. That's just simple what I'm looking for. I can't trade it on Bitonix, so it's not a trade that I would be entering into, but that's what I would be looking for. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to post this on the corner because majority of us are on Bitonix. So you can just see it here now. That's what I'd be looking for on Zach. That was quick and easy. That was painless. I'm not going to add it to the list. Just leave it there. Let's take a look at BTC. Oh, weekly's got a shaved head. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Index, right? Okay, that's index. Right on that trend line again. There it is. You tap just shy of that fib level. Let's move that over. $88. Quite literally tapped into that internal structure right there. Yeah, I mean, BTC's at a do or die area. If it's going to have a move up, it's got to maintain this trend line, very similar to what we were looking at for ETH. See? And this is a long term. I mean, this is a 2022 trend line. Started off as resistance, then we kind of coiled over it and around it. Then we had an up thrust, took liquidity here in this area, came back and retest, skirted up. You know, you have higher lows with ascending price action. Then the same thing over here. This was our November drop. Is that November? Where's the October one? Oh, that's the October one. Kind of violated it a little bit right here. That's okay, but pulled right back into it. Came close to it, skirt on it, skirt on it, skirt on it. Now we're kind of just dancing on that. Why didn't I have that? I don't know why I didn't have that. Yeah, I'd look for like a little flush here in this area. Down to the zone. And I'll expand that out to the 8-8. I'll post this inside my corner for you guys. The support resistance got toyed with, so I'm going to move you up. You just so happen to be the exact same height. That's crazy. What do I have if I go left? Got it. Got it. Okay. No, I didn't short Aster. I'm going to go look at it though. Um, All right, that's inside the corner for you guys. Man, I had an idea for Aster. I don't know where I put that. No, I didn't. Okay. Maybe I'm just tripping. Dang it didn't come to my level that I wanted. I really wanted to see USDT down here. That's the level we need to get to if we're gonna pump. I mean, I attempted a double bottom here. It's pretty darn close. Yeah, you gotta pray that it holds support here in this area. Nothing bullish printing. Yeah, I'd looked along that, to be honest with you. Let's see what that measure move would look like on a breakout. Did that backwards. Descending triangle. I don't know why it just did that. Yeah, I can use any one of these pivot points. Correct. No. So, when we look at a wave B area, I guarantee I have an order block that sits there, right? Yep. And a fat one that sits here, and I got an imbalance that sits there at the top. Wave C. Yep. Um, right, so I would probably TP one here. I mean, I'll start building here, but I'd give a little bit more flexibility to get into this area. Here, I'll just help somebody out here. Someone's gonna ask me. Still a price discovery level. All right. I've been on ETH all day, buddy. You check ETH. See ETH moving. I got it over here on the side. I can see it. It's pushed up, went to 2980s, and then jumped to 3003. So it's respecting our levels. Oh. There you go. I just posted Aster for you guys. Okay. Meh. Nothing crazy going on. Just a little tiny bouncy poo. Got an 8 lower on there. That's good. Let's go back to 377. That was our main focal on that. Yeah, let's see if we can maintain something like this. When we get a hammer on the bottom, that's going to be relatively bullish. It's going to be a good sign for a reversal. It doesn't mean that we can't sit here and accumulate here in this area for the next 10 days. So that's what I'm saying. Like, just don't get too excited. It's more about building. If you're taking the risk, like I'm taking the risk, it's about just building inside of this area, and then having your stop losses relatively tight, and then being patient. Like it's a combination of all of those. If it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. Then you're just looking for those 29.48, 46 levels to be going back in if it gives you those levels. We lose those levels, we lose like 2900s, we'll most likely end up start building up for a sweep of 2774 down to like 2623 inside those zones. All right, guys. So I gave you roughly rows 1. I gave you a long and I gave you a short on rows. I gave you a short on river. I gave you a long on ETH. I gave you a short on dusk. I gave you a long on BTC, and then I gave you a long on Aster. What else you want? What else you want? It's the crypto restaurant, right? How can I help you, sir? Would you like some more water? Would you like a bigger spoon? How big of a spoon would you like, sir? Yeah, I got some for you guys. How big of a spoon do you want? See, I joke too much. I know. Shoot. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Happy to help. Happy to help. You're very welcome, guys. You're very welcome. If you guys are inclined to donate to the channel, feel free. Somebody did yesterday. That was really huge. So if you enjoy this content, you want to think of a way to give back because that's within your heart, there's ways to do that. I can post my my wallet wherever your heart desires. $4, $5, $2, $3. It doesn't matter. Just your way of saying thanks. Other ways you can do that where you don't have to shell out coins. Always feel free to go into our Discord, posting a testimonial about the streams, or posting inside of in my Twitter. You can tag me on Twitter. My handle is right there on the bottom right hand side. I_double_am_saint_. Yeah, it's a big spoon. I got it here ready for you guys. So that's how I'm gonna start opening up my streams. It's like, who's hungry? Who's ready to eat? Here comes the plane. Meow. Centron. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Hold up. This is the Tron Addy. For donations. Things of that nature, that's the Tron Addy. So big thanks in advance. I'm going to be rocking with you guys for a couple hours. So we got some time here. And now that we've kind of mapped out all these different ideas for ourselves, and now it's just a matter of sitting back, seeing what unfolds, setting the alarms. I'm probably going to run back through the list, make sure I have the alarms set on the right areas for us. You guys can set your alarms. It literally takes one click, 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 and then you can set your alarm. So we're going to do that here now. And let's run back through the list. Let's run back through. I think I have an alarm set for. Nope. I set one right now. That's for dusk. That's at that 29201 area. That's what I'm looking at. So we have an alarm for that. River was designed from a 4-hour. So we're going to set some alarms. I'll set an alarm here. I'll actually put a array horizontal here. Right at this area, we'll set an alarm for that as well too. That puts us right at like 38.20 inside of that realm. Actually, you know what? I'll set another one here as well too. I'll start building in that area. The alarm's going to go off now because I just created it. Yeah, it just went off. So if you're feeling a little risky, if you got a good enough margin or a portfolio, you can start building inside of these areas. That's what I'd be looking at. Running a tighter stop loss right at 40. What did I think I designed you from daily. Lose my mind here. Or were you designed from weekly? My bad. Yeah, you're designed from weekly. So this will take a little bit longer. But we're going to set an alarm on this. Not the fib. The box. We already have an alarm on that. And we have an alarm set already there. So we're good on that. I do need to change this to make sure that I'm looking at this from a weekly. Just change the title of this. Put it in the front. All right. Save that. Aster, I think we already set some ideas on that. What was that, 4-hour? Or was that daily? That was daily that we were looking at. Aster, so we have some alarm set on here. And we're going to set an alarm on that pocket as well too. Oh, and Sol, we haven't got into Sol yet. Sol's at a wave C. So this is a long-term idea that I've had. I think I mapped this out in November of last year. So this is a swing that I had designed. I posted on Twitter some time ago. You can actually see it inside of my highlights. But let's see. I still have a wave C. Let me see. I want to go to a weekly. Yep. That's that 1.13 area. So that still fits in with my idea. I'm going to wait for that. Let's actually mark that off. Let's go ahead and color coordinate that. Let's set an alarm for this bad boy. But man, if that flushes, then so is ETH. To be quite honest, so. But that would be the proper mathematics for this. I want to do this. Let's go to a 2-week. Damn, that's a deep B wave. And yes, that's possible that you could have a wave B and wave C share similar legs. That's a little too aggressive. I'll find something a little bit lower. Again, that's on a 2-week, so it's better data. Let's look at some pivots. So no pivot there. Appreciate that, party. Just got it, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Got myself a coffee off of that. Good donations, thank you. Just real quick, if you guys are trading on Bitunix or if you're signing up with Bitunix, be sure to send me your UID, especially if you're using the referral link that's in there to make sure that you get your VIP access escalated, if that makes any sense. Usually if you're just signing up, they'll put you at 0. But if you go to VIP 3, you have lesser fees. So just be sure to send me your UID if you are signing up. Appreciate that, party. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Mad love. Mad love. In Discord? If you send me a request in Discord, I can see it maybe. Hey, bro, don't sweat it at all. The gesture in itself speaks volume. Speaks a lot of volume. That's a character thing. That just shows that you're more about giving than taking. So thank you, man. We can vibe together. My kind of people. No, if you're already under Blessos, that's fine. But if you're not at VIP level, just shoot me your UID, and then I'll help you out. See if I can get your VIP raised. So just shoot me your UID inside of Discord. Just remind me, like, yo, we were talking about it during the stream. This is my UID, and then we'll go from there. But for anyone that's not trading on Bitunix with us, They have huge competitions every single month. They have pretty good airdrops on a weekly basis, and ranging anywhere from $1, which is kind of painful, but the mystery boxes can sometimes give you $1, all the way up to like $200 in USDT. It's just pretty random in that sense. I've seen mystery boxes that I've personally received up to $1,200. So those mystery boxes can actually grow over time. They're running a 24-week challenge that they had as far as the task. If you're checking in every single week and trading every single week, you had a mystery box on top of your VIP. So it was pretty much double dosage. But I'll give you guys the link for that. I'll put that inside of the chat so you guys have it. All right, bet. So party, just shoot me a message with a UID, so I can help you out. I'll do what I can, but I will put the referral link in here. If you want to change, you can change. It's up to you. Not advising you to do that. I'm just saying if you wanted to do that, you could do that. Let me go ahead and find the link real quick for you. This is for Bytonix. I don't get paid for this at all. That's not the point of this. It's not under my referral. It's under ScalpX's per se. So I get no benefit out of that. Just a quick disclaimer to you guys. It's just an area where I've traded from Bybit, Phoenix, 2bit, KSEX, what else? Blowfin, not Bytonix. What's the other one? BitGet or something like that. I think it's BitGet. I've traded on all of them. Some of them have lower fees. I'm not going to front. They do have lower fees, but they also have massive issues when it comes to their servers and their platforms. As far as all the platforms that I've traded in my crypto trading career, if you will, I found that Bytonix not only has some of the lower fees, but anytime we have one of those anomalies that like what we saw on October 10th, where basically the entire market got flushed due to exchange issues, Bytonix went ahead and made it right. They reimbursed a lot of individuals, myself included, on that flush. And so I don't come across many exchanges that are going to be doing that. I certainly know that Phoenix didn't do that because I had an issue with Phoenix, and Phoenix was like, go pound sand. So it's one of the reasons that, if I'm going to be trading there, I wouldn't be pointing you guys in the wrong direction. Trading me live on Bytonix. So that's the link. I'll go ahead and pin that for you guys. Majority of you guys took some entries. Some of you guys are still sitting on your hands, which is quite fine. I'm proud of the 57% of you guys that are here. So it's at least like 12 to 15 of you guys. So party, I got your message, brother. I accept your DM right here. Only way you just have to create a whole new account if you're going to do it that way. So essentially you would just create a brand new one, possibly have to use another email address because it's going to create it, or delete that one. Then you have to create a new one. But I did get your UID. Let me know what you're going to do. If you want to just shoot me a message, if you're going to keep that same UID or if you're going to transfer over. If you do transfer over, just send me your UID and I'll make sure that you get VIP, going into next week. All right. Someone had a dislike on the on the uh, on the video today. That's okay. I'll take it. Still feeds the algorithm. It's not going to be for everybody. Shout out to you guys that are hanging with me on these YouTubes. I started this YouTube channel some time ago. Really, honestly, before I was even trading live per se. I was mainly just gaming, just running like Apex or Warframe or something like that, and just streaming it just for kicks and giggles, just because I wanted to do that. And I really didn't pay much attention to this channel. I just post different video content, recorded content like education, things like that. My courses are all posted inside of Discord. They're private, so if anybody tries to go digging for them, you're not going to be able to find them, but they are private. That was the main purpose of YouTube. But ever since I've been running these lives, the numbers have been growing, and those numbers can't grow without you guys. So to the guys that are showing up here every day for the last week and a half or so, I tip my hat to you guys, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart, because it's a huge testament to this works. This is what you guys are looking for, and I'm happy to serve. So I'm here to serve you on that accord. So I just want to say thank you guys for that. Those numbers are growing. So shout out to you guys. I already did Zach, bro. What you talking about, man? I did Zach. I gotta go and look for Zach. Where did I do Zach at? Or did I do Zach over here? I may have done Zach over here. Where the heck does Zach go now? Now our Zach idea disappeared. Oh, there it is. I knew I wasn't tripping. That's Zach. I can't trade Zach on Bytunic, so that's the Zach. Take a screenshot of it. I'm not posting this one inside of Discord for the simple fact, one, it's a highly manipulated coin. I wouldn't want anybody in our community essentially getting a bad play, something that doesn't make any sense. But for you, my brother, that's asking for Zach, here it is, brother. I didn't post it inside of Discord. It's all good. But here it is. If you want to do a screen grab of it, I'll leave it up here long enough for you. Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Warframe? Yeah, man. I haven't played Warframe in a minute. Always, man. My pleasure, man. Thank you for being here, Stefan. Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure, Black Fox. Me and Chento are insane? Why is that? I think we have completely different styles, to be honest. And no shade saying that at all. I just think we have different approaches. Different approaches in how we trade. Ultimately, we get to the same idea, but I think we have different setups. And my vernacular is a lot different. You're not going to hear cussing on here. That's what's up. Shout out to you, GG. I'm glad you're always learning. Sometimes it's not about being profitable on those days. Sometimes it's just about what can you gain as far as learning and take it back to the charts the next day. I appreciate you here, Shine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mad love to all you guys. Mad love to all you guys. Yeah, I hope the channel grows as well too. That would be a good goal. I think I'm just shy of 500 subscribers. That's the personal goal that I'm trying to hit here inside the month of January. That actually opens up the door for the page to start being monetized. I still need like 3,000 hours of view time in over the last week. I think we've put on like 1,900, which is insane. So it's a cool stat that I like, but I need to get to that 3,000 before the actual page can be monetized. Gentle impulsive gambler, to each his own, you know. Like I said, everyone has styles, and his results are proving there. So we can't throw shade on that guy. It's just what works for him. You want to look at Dot? I'll look at Dot here in a second for you. The volume settings are different. Yeah. I have my moments. Oh, I hit 500? For real? Dang, did I really hit 500? Nice. 504. Praise God. Praise God. Amen. Thank you guys. Thank you. That is a huge milestone for me personally. That is huge. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. River is pumping. What were we looking at, River? I keep getting brain fog on this one. Let's go back to that 4 hour. Yeah, it's coming back into those short levels. So, like I was telling you earlier, like I'd start looking at shorting that inside of these zones, things like that. A giveaway fast for the 500. Yeah, we're gonna be doing giveaways. We're gonna be doing giveaways. I'll probably set something up next week. Actually, I'll probably post something on Friday. Just give me some time on that one. Yeah, short like 38. If you wanted to start building it here in this area, you know, I could see that. Yeah, I'm gonna go look at River real quick. Let's look at River. Cry me a river. Yeah, let's start building that short there. Me personally, that's what I think we should be doing. Building a short there on River. Maybe it comes and tries to fill this wick, which is fine. Let's take 50% of that real quick. Ooh, that has a 7. I don't like that. So a little risky building here, but I'm not going to go full ham on that. Use your brain state. There you go. Getting there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to start building on that. Excuse me. You know, I got to stop at roughly around 40. I'll just make some adjustments if that's the case, right? Then then essentially this wave 5 just wasn't done. It's going to run into exhaustion. My next level, if in the event that I get pushed out, would be right around 41. That would be my level that I'm looking at. Then I would just have a simply higher wave A. I would probably have a deeper wave B. This wave C would look good, and then go to here. But that's what we're gonna do. $10K giveaway. I think somebody in my family would kill me. Y'all forget I have 7 mouths to feed, including an adult. So I have 8 mouths to feed, including mine 9. I got 9 people I'm responsible for. And yes, this is my full-time thing. This is how I provide for my family. I appreciate that, TG. Appreciate that. My love, my love, my love. No, but I want to do a giveaway for you guys. Do something special for you guys. You guys rock with me, so not only are you going to get some education with it, but we'll have a little bit of fun time as far as with giveaways. I just don't know how I'm going to design it yet. We hit the 500. I didn't have a giveaway for that yet, but maybe we'll set it for something small like 550. Yeah, we see now River just tapped into that level, that 36 at 0.5 fib. A full-time trade. I say I went full-time trading. I stopped doing mortgages about 5 years ago now. Four and a half, 5 years ago. March would make the five-year benchmark. So let's go to the lower time frames real quick. Tapped right into that 50. Yeah, so I'd build in all this, maybe even a little bit higher over here. 38s. Keep going. The higher you go, the deeper you're gonna go. I'm good with it, however you want to see fit. Looks good. See, if I get a lower high here, then I'll probably get a trend line that starts to feed in this area. That's something to look at, see if it forms. If it forms like that. Because maybe it doesn't even reach 38. That's what I was saying. Like, I would be comfortable building into this area. Oh, yeah. Rock out a little bit here. Yeah, I won't blow your eardrum out. Good news, though. We don't have any commercials today with our music. I went through the Apple and then found a non-copyright playlist and just started building a non-copyright playlist around that. Because those commercials were absolutely killing us yesterday. Rose, come on down. Dusk. Do your thing, Dusk. Gosh, I still want to just short Dusk here. I really want to. Because if I can get that trend line to hold, if I can get that trend line to hold. I did something a little risky here, not gonna lie. I just opened up a very small short on Dusk. I was really looking at, I'm looking at coming down to like a 1 minute. And looking at this right over here. Right, because you got an engulfing. I want to see if Dust can actually hold here. I think Dust would be like the most profitable trade that we could possibly have, to be honest with you. It has so much room to go down to start collecting liquidity, things of that nature. And then Dusk is, you know, Dusk and ETH, just using Dusk as fuel for the bigger engine, which would be ETH. So I don't have bodies, but if it starts holding like that, it's probably going to pump. I'll set my stop loss a little bit tighter on that. I lose like $1 if if it hits my stop loss, so I'm really not sweating it, to be honest with you. Got exhaustion candles too. You guys see your shaved bottom? Yeah, your shaved bottom. What's USDT doing? Ah, USDT, do you want to take a breather or what? Do you want to come in like change this imbalance over here? That'd be fantastic. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's an imbalance that sits right over here. Yeah, obviously fair value gap. If that's the case, then we can get a little bit of a pump. Good move on Dust so far. Go back to that 1 minute. See what that looks like. There it is. Yeah, so sometimes sometimes our levels just they don't hit. So, that's why you just gotta assess and be like, okay, what do I want to do here? We're looking at higher time frames. Yes, we have higher targets that we can ultimately get to. Change this 9 inside this area, but you can get some short little scalps in here and there. You better have an imbalance. I'm just gonna put on an imbalance tool. It's a lot easier for us to look at it from that perspective. Yeah. Yep. See if I can get to 21. Take some profits at 21. That started a pump with negative funding. I'm gonna have big trust issues in that. Yeah, we'll see. ETH 55-minute. Oh, I see that shaved head there. And we got an 8 on that 55-minute too. That's deeper. So good catch on that. We got a couple shaved heads. Got a shaved head that sits right over here, 3186. I don't need this anymore. That got violated. I really don't even need this, to be honest with you. Actually, no, we're going to keep that because that came from a different level. I think that came from our 377 view, right? No. 610? No. Where did you come from? Hold on, guys. Oh, you're loosey goosey hanging out over there. Okay. Oh, you're the 3207 imbalance that I filled. Yeah. Okay. That's where you came from. Redistribution here in this area. That's redistribution. Man, that's nasty. Accumulate here, pump, come down, then redistribution, then dump. Nasty work. Nasty work. Yep. One, two, three, four. Try to change the set of phase over there. I don't know. Let's see if this can hold. That's not what I wanted. I guarantee there's an orb like that formed there. Mine's a little bit higher. Mine's a little bit lower. And there's a higher one above. Okay. None of our alarms are really going off. None of them actually come to fruition just yet. I want to set an alarm right over here for us. We need one right here because there's an imbalance that sits right there. All right, I opened the door for more coins to trade. Right now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 coins that we're looking at. I don't want to add any more to the list. That's a little bit outside of my comfort zone. But sometimes you got to break comfort in order to grow, so I'll sign on to that. Inside that box. Just a little bit more that sits right over here. So I could do this right here. You're talking about LTC? I have it on there. I'll take a look at it. Let me manage this dust position real quick. Now ETH is just kind of holding around the area. So I'll go back to ETH real quick for you guys. I believe we looked at this from a 377. Yeah, so like all of this right over here, I think we're going to float around here in this area. Like best case scenario for a bullish outcome right, to maintain this area, float around this inside this zone for the next couple days. So just be patient with it. This is why we can kind of look at some other coins in the meantime to see if we can get some moves where we can actually be profitable on some of these moves. Definitely not afraid of you, Dusk. I'll just be ready for you. That looks good. Good rejection area over there. Let's see. Feel that imbalance that's right below. Probably feel this imbalance and then pull right back up to feel this imbalance right over here. Yeah, feel that imbalance right over there. There it is. Come up a little bit higher. Feel that imbalance. You got more imbalance to the downside. No, not really. I don't do, I've never done, me personally, I've never done funded accounts, so I couldn't guide you in that retrospect, or at least give you an opinion on it. Anybody start building a short on Dusk, or is everybody still waiting for higher levels? Be right back, guys. I'm gonna grab a quick bite to eat. I already have a meal prepped there for me, but I'm gonna grab it real quick. So hang on. Yeah, same. I heard I took profits, but then I heard a stop loss trigger on it, so I'm pretty much break even on that. It's risky here. No BS, it is risky. We have all this area over here. We can come and entertain or even just blow right past this and get into our higher time frame view, right? Get back into this or even up to here. So just looking at some quick scalps on it until we can get to those levels. There it is. Previous support over here. That moved. Just trying to make a meal, Dusk. I got an 8, that printer right there too. Let's see if that 8 can hold. Or if it's going to push up. When I have responsibilities, do I take risk? Yeah, I mean, just with it's management. So I have so much that I would trade for the day. You know, if I have my daily targets. So once I hit my daily targets, then essentially I'm done for the day. If I have so many losses in the sense of ROI, then I'm just done for the day. Just typically, I like to start the week with a 1K account, and then I just move everything else over, and then just rinse repeat the following week. There are some days, don't get me wrong, that I'll pull from my spot account over to increase my margin. I do have days like that when I have high conviction, but for the most part, that's really how it's done for me. What do you have over here? There's nothing over here. So your next level that you should really be going to, unless you're just, yeah, it should be right over here. I'm gonna double top on a 1 minute. Let's see if that actually performs. All right, let's go over to that daily, or was it 610? It's not daily, it's 1362. Yeah, it's right here. Let's see if this can hold. Got an 8 that printed higher. That's okay. You're still inside that zone, inside that area. Yeah, you just gotta be patient with it. That's all. Just trade it accordingly. Be right back, guys. Oh, small little gain on that. That's good. Go, let's go, let's go. Let's see. Oh, no dust for you? Dang. One day, 1K can be what? I don't understand the question. Solar, just use the Bytenix link. You can trade it there. I wonder if it's even possible to game at the same time while running charts. I wonder if my PC can handle that. Yeah, bro. Look at the look at the top of the chat. I pinned the Bytenix link there and just set it up there. If you do go that route, send me your UID so I can increase your VIP level. So the higher your VIP level, the lower your fees. Typically, people that are under ScalpX that are using the Bytenix referral link, we automatically upgrade you VIP 3. So shoot me a DM, Twitter, Discord with your UID, and then I'll get you set up. I just scarfed that down like a heathen. Woo! Get a little break. Good move on dust so far. Wow. I got a 9 printing here, so just be careful here on this 9. And we did have an 8 that printed higher, so it'd be ideal if it just sank down lower. Once it gets to that imbalance area, I'm going to take some TP off of that. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. And take some TP on that one. Probably take it a little bit more aggressive because it could always just round trip right back up. Just a quick little easy scalp. That's what's up. Black Fox, did you sign up using the referral link at the in this stream? I'll check DMs here in a second. Ah, you stinker! You're not gonna clear my imbalance first? Come on, clear my imbalance first. Nope. Yeah, I got your message. Black Fox, I got you, brother. Apologies if the message is short. I'm in the stream at the same time messaging you back, but I got you. Let me just set a reminder for that for myself. That's what's up. Appreciate the watchbacks, bro. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, if you're in the stream, you're sending me requests. I got you. Yep, I got you. We do have public classes every Thursday. Some of you guys are reaching out asking about private mentorship. I do offer private mentorship. It's a 3-month cycle. I'll work with you for 90 days on a one-on-one. There's education courses that come with it, about 13 different education courses that come with it. Basically, unraveling my entire strategy, my setup, from Elliott wave thesis to harmonics to TD9 sequentials to smart money concepts to scalping to psychology as far as greed, when to pull the plug, when to stay in, things like that. So if that is something that you guys have interest in, always feel free to shoot me a DM. I can walk you through what that setup looks like and how to get started on that. The idea in that mentorship is to make you profitable within like the first 2 weeks. I've taught over 40 students worldwide. A lot of individuals are, in Europe. Some are here in the States. But I've taught over 40 different students. They can give you the testimonials if you want to get feedback as far as what those classes look like and what the results look like. Black Fox, I just put a request in for you to get your VIP upgraded. So I just put it in now. I'll just wait for the results to come back. If you see it before I do, maybe they upgrade you and they don't even tell me, then just, shoot me a DM. If you don't see anything happen within like, let's say by Monday of next week, then just shoot me another DM and I'll take care of it. Party, I got you two. Well, Party, I don't know. I'll message you. I just messaged you, brother. Let's go back to Dusk. What are you doing here, Dusk? Didn't clear that imbalance. It's fine. You got an 8 that printed there. Got another 3 minutes on this 13-minute. I want to check on ETH real quick too. Yeah, we're looking at from 377. 2 hours left inside this thing, so like I said, it'll probably float around here in this area, get some pumps down. If it wicks down lower, it wicks down lower. And we just got to look at those lower targets. I mean, we have targets that sit all the way inside of this area as well too. So pretty big demand area. Actually, if I throw on an order block, pretty sure that's going to be a pretty huge order block. Order block sit all the way down there. Let's go to 450. Yeah, there it is. It's pretty thick, 2700s to 2900, 2910 in that area. We didn't flash a buy signal on that yet. We also didn't flash a sell signal either. Yeah, so we have multiple buy signals. Let's go to 377. Let's check that out. No buy signal flash there just yet. Let's see on 233. Nothing there. I'm going to go to 89 minute. We do have a buy signal on 89 minutes with DMI. Woo! You're at 80s? Yeah. Take a look at DMI. It's one of the indicators that I've put together, but one of these 80 levels, you know, anytime we get to these 80 levels, ADX reaches these 80 levels, it starts to peak. Like this is showing that that trend is running into exhaustion. Whether it's bullish or bearish, you know, the ADX is indifferent to that. It's really going to represent the side that has the most dominance. So right now, DI negative is above. That's the dominance. That's the bearish dominance, and it's reaching into this 80 level. And it kind of go down a little bit lower, but yes, it's running into exhaustion level. So when you start to see this peak on the ADX, if you're looking at an 89 minute, then that trend is running into exhaustion. So that could be a good opportunity for your longs to start printing when this starts coming down. It doesn't mean that they've given up control. It's just showing you that they're losing strength and then they need to take a breather. And we've tapped into pretty much all these pockets. There's an 83% pocket that sat right there. I'll take this back to 377. And now I want to go back over to dusk. What are you doing? You're just kind of floating around in that area. Got a shooting star on the 8 minute. Not really where I want to see it, to be honest with you. I would have preferred it somewhere over here. Yeah, it's kind of got a shooting star right here too. Is that double the length? One, two, yep. 2 to 3 times the body. So you got one there, you got one right here. So it's getting kind of tired. Yeah, that's why I don't have a problem like building inside of these areas, inside these zones. Okay, I got you. All right, I got you. Let's see here. So, party, I just put in your request to have your VIP. So just check back in with me, you know, by Monday. Just give it some time. It's not a button that I push, so just disclaimer on that one. That's going to be on Buy to Next side. Yeah, river went straight to that area. That's a little bit easier for us to track the ones that we were discussing today. Does that help? Sure helps me. Then we can always flip over to USDT here, just on the main chart. Actually, we're looking at this on a 13-minute. We're looking at that one from a weekly. I need 3 extra pair of eyes to trace all these charts. Yeah, it's just a monitor. That's all. Just see what's going on. This is a little bit of a longer play, so that's based on a weekly. We can look at this one here, you know, from like an 8 minute to see what's going on here. Actually, let's go over to the weekly on this. And I think we're looking at this box right over here. Let's make sure that we can see that down to the minutes. Okay. So I can bring that over here. Yeah, that's right over here inside this area. What was the other one that we were looking at? Where we were looking at, what was it, Aster? Aster was viewed from a... Okay. What happened to our Aster ideas? Oh my gosh. Fantastic. It just completely disappeared. Oh, I know why. I'm retarded. Hold on. I know why. I gotta do it here, and then I gotta sync it globally. There you go. And there's Aster right there. Maybe I'll change this Aster to view on lower time frames as well too. Yeah, Aster coming into those levels. And then we had Rose. That'll take some time. Main trade right now that we're focusing on is ETH and then Dusk. I have some limits that I've already set here. I started building on Rose, or excuse me, River, right over here. I should probably add the descriptions. I forget where that is. There. That's a little bit easier. So Now we know what the heck we're looking at. So if you're looking at me, you're like, what is that? So ETH, river, dusk, and then rose. Oh, excuse me. Still hasn't filled this imbalance down here. It's like dipping its toe. It's like, no, I don't want to go in. Market already closed here, so I'll be rocking with you for, another 2 hours or so. That's good. Thanks for the feedback, guys. Yeah, that way everybody knows kind of like what time frames I'm looking at, what pairs, things, and things of that nature. That way we don't have to keep constantly flipping through all of them. Considering that I'm going to be doing live trades on all these, could really open at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but that might be brain rot. That would be too small. That would be over here. That might be too much. You can just look at this area. Like it's this whole box, this whole zone right over here for ETH. So if you're entering, you're not entering with expecting an explosive move to the upside. To be quite honest, you're entering and you want to start building over here inside this accumulation zone. I think this will last about 10 days or so. Yeah, I have this lasting till like the end of the month, to be honest with you. We're inside this little compression zone over here. You might get a little pop up, then kind of float back here inside this area. So this is going to be kind of painful for the next 4 days or so inside this area. So majority of the money was made already in the earlier part of the month. So this is kind of like when you're treating your weeklies. You know, you'll hear me say often, Thursdays and Fridays, you want to start scaling out of your positions, especially if you took a position like on a Sunday or a Monday. Then Tuesdays and Wednesdays are your high profit taking areas. And then as you get towards the end of the week, Thursdays and Fridays, you start scaling out. Saturdays are usually flat. Then Sunday you can look for re-entries to start building going into the next week. Same thing with the monthly, right? As we get closer towards the month end, most individuals, at least swing traders for that matter, they start scaling out and waiting for the next move on for the next month. So it's gonna feel like, what is going on? Why isn't this thing moving? We'll probably have that feeling for like the next 10 days or so. In the meantime, that's why we'll look at additional coins like Dusk or River, or even Rose for that matter, and kind of utilize those as fuel for the bigger setups, whether it be ETH or BTC. Where is BTC at right now? 89 and some change. Yeah, still holding that trend line right there. A little flushy poo right into there would be ideal. I really want to. I'm looking for like a small little TP right over here for Dusk. Once it fills that imbalance, and then fully expecting to kind of like fart around here in these areas once again. So I'm just treating this like a scalp. I'll take some TP here and then leave a runner, and if it decides to keep going, decides to keep going. Not gonna get greedy on that. Being that we have more coins now that we're charting, that we're trading and things like that, I'll still start off the streams with the main view being ETH and USDT. So we'll start off with obviously ETH being on the larger screen, and as we go through the course of the day, course of the stream, then I'll open up to about 4 different screens so that we can monitor it together all at the same time, not frantically like flipping between them, like what's going on. And then we obviously have the main view over here for USDT, seeing what USDT decides to do here in this area. USDT should be tapping to this level relatively soon, 6.272. Let's go ahead and set an alarm for that too. That'll push ETH down a little bit lower. That'll push ETH down into this box right over here, which is like 29.59, 29.40, somewhere in that area. I don't want that to happen for USDT here and now, because then that would give me a 7. I really wanted to see it just kind of float around here and then maybe get an 8 or a 9 over here in the next 2 sessions. An 8 that tops out right around here, or maybe even a 9 that tops out here in these levels, and then it can make its retracement. There's an imbalance that sits right over here. We have an alarm that sits over here at 5.93 in those areas. Let's look at that from a daily. Yeah, it's kind of maintaining this right over here. Bring this down. Somewhat maintaining that. That is a crappy trend line. It takes liquidity in that area and then retraces back down. So this looks like a classic complex wave 4. You just have wave 4s coming over here in these areas, and that's what wave 4s are difficult, especially if you want to label yourself as a swing trader. Excuse me. Wave 4s, they're notorious for that. They'll push down, take out all the shorts, then it'll take out all the longs, take out all the shorts again, then take out all the longs. So this is perfect behavior for a wave 4. Can actually look at it like this too. There's a barrier triangle, but I want to see a flush into that. What does that look like? Yep. Can I get it from here? I can get it from there. That's fine. I can use that. It's kind of what we're looking for. I know that looks crazy. That looks super messy. I know. Don't kill me. Somebody asked me earlier, can we enter? Like, this is the setup. It's also posted inside the corner too. So you can see it there. Got an 8 on dusk with a 1 printing now. So still same target there. Take a little bit of profit there and then leave the runner. Can you imagine that thing just sank all the way down to here? Jeez. There's 2 of them right here. 72% retracement. Gosh. I would literally give up all the gains. All the gains. That's hopium speaking. That's not something I expect to happen. Just having a little bit of imagination. That's all. Having a little bit of imagination. Bro, you gotta look at what I'm looking at. Right, like there's higher levels that we can go to for dusk. You know, I don't know if that's FOMO speaking, but just be patient. Just wait for those setups. Right, I took a risky short because I'm just looking for scalps on dusk. So the last thing you want to do is enter here in this area, and then it just pumps all into this area, and you're like, I shouldn't have done that. So just wait. If you took it, you took it. I kind of gave the signal as far as what I was doing, but that's really going to be up to you, man. If you want to wait a little bit longer, wait a little bit longer. Don't blame me for that. If it just starts to dump and you're like, dang, I should have gotten in, that's something that you got to kind of have that conversation with yourself. So like, have more conviction. Then scalp in that area. I was looking at these zones right over here. This is where I opened up scalp. I was looking to TP over here, but if it runs right back, then it hits my stop loss, then I'm good. The most I'll do is eat fees. Dusk has had that habit of just insane impulses. This is what we rode yesterday. We rode this yesterday down to these levels. Actually, I think we exited a little bit higher than here. I think right around like 20s. And it came down to these levels right over here. So this is still inside internal structure inside here. Everything inside here. And it's a big structure. It's a huge structure. We have all this space over here. But before we can get to there, we want to see that this structure can maintain itself all the way up to like 30 inside that range. So the last thing I want you to do is take a risky short with me and then see a massive pump into this area. It just get completely discouraged about it. What I'm trying to illustrate is I'm prepared for all those scenarios. Just out of curiosity, do you guys need a class on risk management for our Thursday class? Is that something that you want me to put on the bulletin board for us? Risk management. Still going to be looking into hedging as well. Trying to teach you guys how to hedge, risk management. We did entry and exit last week, so I'll come up with a third topic. But if you guys need risk management, as far as like an hour class on how to do that, I'm more than happy to do so. So it's just something to think about when you're getting into my classes. Yeah, Rose has 5 days left on that one, so that one we can actually just sit and wait. We can wait for that one. Yeah, I'll make a poll now for the corner. Or can you imagine if Rose actually goes to 0? that would be that would be a, that would be something. At least you guys are here first. Nastiest rug. If you ever saw a nasty rug, that's what a nasty rug would look like. Let's go ahead and try to get the price action in there. There it is. So we see what's going on with that. Okay, Des, come on, fill that imbalance for us. So we can take a little TP. Little TP. Right over here. Come on. Excuse me. Let me set up the poll for you guys. I'll set up inside Discord. Okay. We'll let this go for a day. There you go, guys. It's inside the inside of my corner now. Ah, there you go. Come on. There's really not that much. I mean, there's resistance that was over here in this area. We pumped right through it, so I was just trying to flip this area. This feels like it's an inducement area, in my opinion. I'm gonna go to a 21, see what a 21 looks like. Not much really going on there. Yeah, we probably come back into this. Actually, I'll move that out like that. Liquidate. Long shorts. Resistance, resistance. Let's see if we get the same thing. So if I get a pump into this level right over here, which is 23,983, I'll look to open. That's what that would look like for me. So this is highly debatable. So it's not wrong. It's just saying it's just which pattern's actually going to be. Give me my proper wave B. And is this a proper wave C? Because if that's the case, then this comes over here. But if that's the case, this comes here. Excuse me. That would be a little bit more appropriate. It's just a matter of where what this wave B is going to be. Kind of like that. I prefer that. That would be my preference. Welcome back, brother. Hoping the interviews went well. Where it's good that you're getting those opportunities. That's good. Awesome, man. I'll say a prayer for you. You get it. It's in his plan. You'll get it. Anybody short river? Anybody take that short? We tapped into a 50 on that. Or we were measuring out that 50 over here and tapped right into it. I'm curious if anybody did. You're welcome, Guido. You're welcome, brother. Oh, that's one thing I wanted to see. What do it look like if I actually put a game on here? Maybe I'll do that later. I don't want to kill the stream. When we have downtime, we'll run some like Warframe or some Ninja Gaiden or some Apex. Or maybe we'll just do some straight up Need for Speed. Maybe we'll get some lobbies going. Some cross-platform games. I have no idea if my PC can handle all that. I mean, I got a pretty souped up PC. I've never done that. That just seems like a lot. Let's see here. Let's actually go and try to see if I can set that up. I don't know if this is going to kill the stream, so bear with me. You took River? That's what's up, Black. Good job, Black Fox. That's what's up. Good. I'm glad you took some of his calls. That's what's up. Based on 13-minute. Just be careful. Because you got a 7 on that 13-minute for River. With an 8 and 9, that's lower. So just be careful on that one. Meaning we could always revisit this area. That's what I'm getting at. Ooh. Yeah, I think I have Rose down to 0. But I mean, it'll get a little pump first. But yeah, I'm being dramatic with it. But you know, best case, it comes to another all-time low somewhere in this area. We don't have any data that sits in this area, so we're under the assumption that we tap into this area. But there's a huge liquidity pocket that sits literally at 0. You know, maybe the top of this, maybe it taps into that, but this thing gets ridiculous. 222 billion in liquidation in that area. So we'll see. But that would just be a short that I would just hang on to until we reach all-time lows for it, and then see wherever support or signs of weakness start to appear, and then go from there. But I think best case scenarios are we tap into these areas over here, get a nice little pump on it into these zones, and then we can get a flush down. Yeah, 23, some change here in this area. We're gonna look for a short on that. Just gonna take profits on my short now. I'm gonna wait for that. I'm gonna wait for this over here. I don't know when that comes, but I'm gonna wait for that. We're gonna attempt something here. If it starts malfunctioning, then I'll shut it down. But oh, I could already feel it lagging. Does this actually transpose over? No, it doesn't. It doesn't bleed over. I'm just seeing something real quick, guys, seeing if it actually works. My PC's like, please don't. Yeah, I think that's too much. Charts, games, all that. That's too much for it. Does that actually appear? Can you guys actually see Ninja Gaiden on your screen? You can't see it. I think that's maybe an OBS thing, and maybe it doesn't let it. Maybe I gotta do it a different way. Yeah, it goes black screen. Yeah. I don't know why it doesn't give it. Alright, well, no worries. I'll figure that out on a different day. No biggie. Yeah, just waiting for that area. I mean, I got good settings. It's a good question though. I mean, it's an Intel Core i9, so it's a little bit older. I know that. 10900. It's an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3090. Motherboard is an ASRock Z490 Taichi. I have tons of storage as well too. I know it's not cooling because it's it's water cooling. Yeah, so we're gonna look for these levels right over here for dusk. ETH is making a little bit, coming down a little bit lower. That's fine too. River's actually playing off pretty good so far. Dusk is being a pain in the butt. ETH, I'm really not concerned with. Like it's just sitting in that area, so I'm just gonna build inside that zone. I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket when it comes to that. And then Rose, we're waiting for Rose to come to entry. Rose, you just got to be patient on. River actually might be the one for us today going into tomorrow. So we got good decent setups on River so far. I think River is going to be the main attraction for us going through this. Man, it keeps rejecting this area, which is so funny, man. USDT just tapped that level, yeah. Whee! Look at ETH. 29.12. Just good old flush. Good old flush. I'm buying that. I'm letting you guys know what I'm doing. I'm buying that. $29.16. Let's open that up real quick. So yeah, we tapped right into that $29.48. So I'm buying all of this in this area right over here. So we just swept the lows for the beginning of the year. I longed inside that area like right at 29.16. Right inside of this area. And I'm going to set my stops a little bit aggressive in that area. So it just took liquidity. Everybody that was longing inside this zone, that's why you see a flush inside that area. Next level for that, man, this is a do or die area for for ETH. If ETH loses this level, bye-bye. This thing's gonna sink like a rock. Reverse printing. ETH just maintaining. Now I want to see Rose come to its levels. Let's look at Rose on a lower time frame real quick. Yeah, Rose should be coming down here momentarily. Sell signals on those. We got a flush, no sell signal. We got divergence. No buy, no buy, no buy, no buy, and no buy. We were looking at 89-minute. That ADX is going to hit an all-time high. Yeah, that ADX is at an all-time high. Yeah, that's all-time high for an ADX on an 89-minute. Just happy to build in this area. So we just flush, came down to 29.38. Let's go back to 377. There's that 9 impulse that we were talking about. That's the one that I was concerned with. That's that impulse candle that I was looking at. So your stop would be just below that. You can run a little bit more of an aggressive stop. And so let's adjust this so you have an idea as far as what I'm looking at. Right, and so that's 29.10. So relatively, that's really what you're looking at. That's about 1.101% in that area. We're still going to float around this area. Gosh darn it. Let's look at fib zones real quick. Let's open that up. So we'll probably compress through here. Same thought process. Took this level right over here. That's fine. So I'm going to make an adjustment to that. Let's bring this bad boy on down. If it would unlock, that'd be fantastic. This area got violated, so I don't need that. And then I'm going to go ahead and shorten this up. There we go. Yep. Yeah, just that's fine. That's fine. This is kind of what we were looking for. This is what we're anticipating for it. I started building a little bit earlier. That's okay. Push out that position, but as soon as it came down these areas, I have ETH here on another chart. So I just started buying in that level. Let's hope it holds. We don't have the strongest signals, buy signals or anything like that. Yeah, we don't. So these are risky. It does have the potential. It can go lower, a lot lower, like down to these levels, down to these levels. So just be diligent, set your stop loss tight. Just mocking this. That's all I'm doing. I'm not saying this is the target. I'm just mocking it. If I get something similar to this. But look how many wicks we had inside this area. So it's need to find an area for support and start building in that area. GG's if you longed it with me. Let's go float back over to a 1362 real quick. So we violated 0.76. We're inside of an 8.8. Quite literally, it needs to have a massive pullback up over here. If not, this is going to be invalidated. It's already violated that peak of wave 1. and it's a higher time frame. So if we can't pull back up here in the next candle in the next session, lower we go. Dusk wants to make it now. Dusk wants to make its move. BTC, did BTC just completely collapse? BTC's at 88. Yeah, it came right into that box that we were talking about earlier. Came right into it. A little bit lower. It's all right. I think we're splitting hairs here. So it came right into this box that we were measuring out earlier. So that's right on cue. That's right where it should be. Yeah, it's got to hold. It really needs to hold this level, and then the next candle needs to close above here. Not this thing's gonna die. If it starts rejecting this previous resistance over here, which is also support inside this area, ETH will be donezo. I won't have a strong enough short that I would feel comfortable with as far as shorting. I would just continue to be sidelined on ETH and waiting for that long. Next major level is going to be somewhere around like 2200 if it decides to flush, 2700s, 2600s. That's like the next major level that it goes to. And see what USDT did. I wanted to see an 8 or 9 in that area, but no bueno on that. Yeah, if it's gonna flush, it's gonna flush down to here, boys. Like that would be the nasty flush. And there's that next session on 1362. It's kind of like a do or die area. Dusk is inside this box right over here. It's got an 8 above thus so far. Let's see what happens on that. That looks like death is brewing on this. River is the only one saving my butt right now. River is the only one saving my butt. I did open up some shorts here on Dusk. I'm going to start building all the way up to here. Up to this higher level, which is 24. Pray we get a higher low. I'm looking at the cooldowns. That's what you see me flipping through all of them. Okay. All right, let's hope that we can hold this. Good sweep. Okay. Dusk, you're next. River's the only one that's actually performing based on TA. Rose, you're on deck next. Rose, I'm going to take you I'll leave on a 34 minutes so I can kind of just track you. All right, boys. Now is going to be the time to be diligent as you go through Asia, even into London. So I don't know what your guys' sleep schedule looks like, but tonight may be an all-nighter for you, especially if you started building some positions. If you're one of those individuals saying, F it, I'll get into a position tomorrow, then set your stop losses accordingly, especially when we enter into Asia, at least cash markets for Asia here in the next hour and 15 minutes. I'll be monitoring this all the way through Asia. Even when I log off here, I'll still be monitoring it from my mobile, posting any ideas and setups inside my corner. But now's the time that you got to be diligent. All right. Rose looks good. Excuse me, River looks good. I like River. ETH, I'm okay with it. Like I said, I'm okay with it. That was a good flush. Took out those monthlies. Best case scenario for me, what I'm looking at is like 3,063. $3,063. Dusk looks like it's going to push into that upper level that we're looking at. I want to take a look at USDT real quick. I know I'm moving kind of fast here, boys, but that's the name of the game. Sheesh. Okay. You didn't break that other trend line that I was mapping off. But you did break that one. So I'm just going to adjust you. See if you can maintain that formation. Come back to 610 real quick. So we're kind of all lined up over here. Got a little bit of room over here that I can tap into. So that's okay. Buying opportunities is really what I'm looking at this. And just kind of considering this, I'm looking at this discount. No, I'm not leaving yet. I'll be here for another hour or so. Remember, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, those are going to be the longer streams. Thursdays and Fridays are going to be similar to Mondays. We'll run into about bell close, which is right around 4:30 my time. We had some news. Let's take a look. There you go. Dusk. Keep going. Keep going. Dusk is moving. There you go. Took out those shorts from that area. See, Dusk got to be a little bit patient with in the sense of building, like just building a short, very similar to River. Let's look at River just on a lower time frame real quick. Yeah, it still has that 9, so I'm gonna look at taking some profits here now on River. Because I expect us to run back up here in this area, so I'm gonna take some profits on that. And then ETH. Boy, oh boy, it doesn't get any more live action than this. Multiple coins, seeing which one's gonna give, which one's not. It doesn't get any more lively than this, guys. Let me see what the news looks like. Oh, I gotta put my authenticator in order for me to check the Twitter news. Dang it, I don't feel like doing that right now. Sheesh. Big pull. Big drop again. What is that, on a 1 minute? My goodness. That was a big pull on BTC. I think that's looking at from a 1 minute. My gosh. boy, they are flushing. They're flushing hard too. Look at BTC from a daily for you real quick. Yeah, tapped into that area. I mean, it's trying to pull hard. I'm looking at tape surf at the same time too. Deep pull. Let's look at some liquidity. Yep. ETH just tapped into a liquidity pocket that sits right around 2908. There's a shelf that sits right over there. So we got to build here. We got to build inside that 2907 inside there. There's another little shelf that's right underneath it that sits right at 2899. So just a heads up on that for ETH. There's a pocket that sits right at 2899, which is right over here. We'll set some alarms for that too. I'm open to longing, right? I'm open. I just see this as a discount for us. Maybe we get back into 3,300. Best case scenario, we can get into 3,500 because there's a liquidity pocket that sits all. If we're gonna run the same type of gamut all the way up, if I'm looking at an 8-hour on CoinGlass, we're looking at 3,700 is where that liquidity pocket is at. All the way up to from 3669 up to 3702. There's a couple shelves that sit in that area. Dusk is playing off real quick for us as well too. It didn't give me these areas, but like I said, I'm building all the way up to here. So that one's actually working out for us right now. River, I took some profits off of River, but I'm good on that one, just holding and maintaining. Rose is the only one that we gotta wait for. What is Aster doing? Did Aster go back to our level? No, it didn't go back to our level. Came down lower. Oh man, just a little bit more, man. That's all right. That's okay. We'll wait. Continue to wait. E377. River looks good. Okay, River's performing. Dusk is performing. ETH is performing. The only one we don't have right now is Aster and Rose. So if you're in the same setups I am, you should be in roughly around 3 different trades. If BTC goes the way that I have it mapped out, 103 would be my target for BTC. Actually, I'll take that off because you guys can't see price action there. So let me pull that off. Anyone biting their nails right now or clenching their cheeks? Are you a little nervous? Are you a little nervous with these positions? Well, just make sure that you're looking at the lower time frames. Look for those signs of weakness in the sense of bullish momentum, right? If you start seeing that we're rejecting those areas, take a little bit off the top, then look either for another reentry so you can start building that area. I strongly believe River and Dusk, those are areas that we can start building in. All the levels that we have mapped out, ETH, the levels that we have to the downside, those are areas that we can look at as far as building that long. Roses is something that we got to sit on the side. BTC, if you're looking at BTC, those levels, that box that I showed you, I'll show you on my screen here again. That's an area that you can start building in as well. But mainly it's going to feel like you're biting your nails and it's like, oh gosh, please go up. But we have roughly about 10 days, 10 to 11 days before the month is over. So we could see this drop that we have here now. Then we can see accumulation either build up in this area with a small pop up, and then really got to make the decisions from there. Yeah, it could. Yeah, it could. It could. Without a doubt, risky altogether. Risky. Is this finally going to clear the imbalance? Nope, not yet. Had a nice 9 on there for dusk. That was a nice 9 on river with a push up with a failure to make a new high on river. So I feel good about river. I did take profits on river in the event that I want to, fart around and go right back up to that level. I don't want to sit there and get round tripped and sit in that position for 2 hours and not make anything at all. So that's why I took some profits on that. I've taken profit on dusk a couple times already and have re-entered and then added to that position. So just building up all together. You guys like the lights? It's the fire zone right now. It's the fire zone right now. We're on fire. Either our positions are going to be on fire or our entries are going to be fire, but nevertheless, it is the fire zone. Man, I don't want to miss Rose. I also don't want to go into. I also don't want to enter into. I don't want to chase that. I'm gonna wait for Rose. I'll probably look to enter on Rose probably by next week, to be honest with you. Oh, you're very welcome, man. You're very welcome. Much love, much love. Absolutely, brother. It's all about positive energy. What you put out is what you get. The way I look at it, what you put out is what you get. So if you're gonna cry about your positions, it's gonna give you something to cry about, for lack of better terminology. Now let's look at ETH here. Let's see what this looks like on a lower time frame. I don't like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, we got to get back up to here, 29.81, which that translates to. Yeah, see, we got to hold above this and really push it up into this area over like the next hour or so. But if we can't get that, we might be aiming for lower. So time will tell, time will tell. Just be patient here. Some days are going to be profitable in the event that you've built in the right area and we timed it the right way. Other days are going to be a little bit slower. And it's going to be more geared towards building a position, whether that's short or long, what have you. Time will always tell. Give me a second, let me get some water, guys. Side note, finished Landman the other day. One of you guys gave me a recommendation to watch Landman. Just finished it. That was a fire show. Highly recommend to anybody that likes Billy Bob Thornton. Where's River? Where's River? I'm gonna reply, mass reply to all these setups that I have. Master's the only one that's not ready yet. BTC, that's already done. What else? Quick updates. ETH. Everyone's gonna ask me about ETH. Okay. All right, what else was there? River. This is printing. All right, I think I already responded to that one, unless I'm being retarded here. Oh no, River's also printing. That doesn't look good. All right. You guys are all updated inside Discord. You guys all know what's going on. See, that's why I took profits on River, because I feel like Rivers are going to kind of float around in this area for a little while. Yeah, we got about an hour here, guys, so see what we can get. You ever notice that? That's one thing I've noticed. ETH drops, dusk rise. Something to just kind of pay attention to. Remember, we had that same type of move over here. Remember that, right? Like it took all that liquidity and climbed right back up. So even if that's kind of like what's occurring here now, you know, big flush out of it. There you go. Does keep going. Just need dust go a little bit higher. Watch it bounce off of this area right here for support and then push up into our area. Yep. I can eliminate this box. We got violated. So let's see right over here. Let's open it up that way. Let's look at it from that perspective. Well, I tell you, dusk will put you to work. Just keep building. That's all I'm doing is just constantly building. No, I don't think we. I don't think we have yet. I think it's got. I think it's got a little bit more juice in it. At least the way that it looks like on price action wise. Yeah, on a 2 minute, I had a 5 that printed lower. Okay, you don't want to open the indicators now? Oh my gosh. I don't know what's up with trading view. Way under the cloud. Under the cloud. Under the cloud. Right on top of the cloud. That's our best bet right now. That's our best bet. $28.51. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you literally just need to close above 29.53 to stay inside of a bullish setup phase. Top of the cloud. Okay. I'm just using that for a reference. That's all. It's not main strategy. I just want to look at some additional things here. That's my same line that I have earlier. Actually, you know what? We're going to put that back on here. Dusk getting right back into that box again. There it is. I pulled the trigger here on Dusk. There it is for Dusk. A little bit just underneath it, but that's okay. I'm gonna run a tighter stop loss on that. And still consider going back in on that. Glad I took that on river. I swear I feel like Rose hasn't even moved. It's not doing anything. Your time to die, Dusk. Your time to die. ETH, you need to find support. If not, video itchy. See you later. What happened to the music? There you go. Nice pull on Dusk. Let's go ahead and fine tune river a little bit here. Yeah, we got to get back. We're probably going to get back into this area. That's what I was showing you earlier. We're looking for a lower high on that, on river. But if we can get a lower high on river, this thing still has 45 minutes left inside of it. The next level, if anybody's curious, the next level I was just peeking at from a weekly perspective was 2851. It sits right over here inside this area. So what we'll do is let's just make another box. I'm going to set some limits for that area. También. Set some alarms on it first. Let's color coordinate that. Let's make that proper. Dusk is up 85% right now. I'm gonna skim a little bit off of that here in a second. Yeah, Bitonix is pretty good. I like it. Like I said, I've traded on many platforms. Bitonix is pretty fire. Yeah, you can see it there. You could also, Luxalgo has another one as well too. I've already gone over ETH, man. This is where ETH is at, right over here. You got to catch up. I'm sorry that you're late, but this is where we're at. Now we're just managing. It quite literally says here in the top left corner, ETH. This is the chart. This is what we're looking at. Rose, I probably won't get Rose until next week. Hold up. Are you pulling back above? No, I didn't. No. Ah, man, you're still holding underneath. I don't like that. Yeah, just be ready for this level. Be ready for that level. I'm gonna open this up. You can keep your same stop loss. That this is just something that I'm doing on my side. See, the Dusk short is printing, so I'm fine with building. Dusk is up like 114% right now. What happens if I do this? Meh. I mean, I can do spider lines from there too. You can look at spider lines too. I mean, that gave us a double bottom. Oh no, I didn't give a double bottom. I'm tripping. Sorry. I'll end up deleting these later. What I'll work with for the time being right now. I mean, I was screaming when I was saying I was entering 2916. Did nobody else hear that? Or was I like just saying that in my head? I felt like I was telling you guys where I was entering for ETH and what I was building. I think I just kind of illustrated here. I mean, brother, I'm not going to tell you, say, yes, enter here. I'm not going to take responsibility for that. That's going to be your own risk management. I'm going to show you the setups. I'm going to show you the plays, show you how I'm managing it, and then you you make your assessment from there. But if you really want me to push the keys for you, then send me your login and password, and then I'll push the keys for you. That's sarcasm. If you can't tell, I'm not going to do that. I already shorted River, yeah. I took profits on River, and then I'm looking for an add back on River. This is River, right here. River has extensions all the way up to here. This is an FYI. No strong signal printed on River just yet. So it's just a building phase for me. Divergence. Oh man, it's squeezing the life out of people here. Look at that bottom. Look at that, completely. 29.41. I mean, those are the levels, brother. You got to make your assessment from there. If you want to short it. I mean, I'm giving a higher time frame point of view, 4 hour, and then you got to float down to a lower time frame. You ever been to a museum or anything like that, and then you have a guide? Sometimes you can follow the guide. Sometimes you don't want to follow the guide. You want to do your own thing. I'm a guide. I'm just guiding you, looking at what I'm looking at. I could be completely wrong about some of these things. Maybe the interpretation is misled. Like, these streams are not for me to sit there and say, hey, I'm glad you're here. I was waiting here for you. This is where you want to short. This is where you want to long. This is what your stop loss is going to be. I'm showing you what I'm doing specifically. If you want to follow me along that, more power to you. If you want to fade it and you don't agree with it, no harm, no foul. But let's just make sure that this is completely concise and digested correctly. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, enter here, enter now. I'll let you know where I'm going to be taking profits, because I feel like those are going to be areas where to take profits. That's what I'm doing. The last thing you want to do is be holding on to position. But please just understand that going forward, anyone that's inside the stream, anyone that's watching me, or anything like that, I'm not here to give you financial advice on these setups. I'm showing you exactly what I'm doing. All right, so I just hopefully that's clear. If that's taken some type of way or taken out of context, that's between you and who you serve. But I'm just speaking directly to those individuals that keep asking, enter here, short here. What do I do? Bro, if you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't be trading. Enter my classes on Thursday. They're 100% free. You want private mentorship? Shoot me a DM. I can run a 3-month program with you. This type of stuff honestly just makes me want to drop the stream, man. That's the second time I had to say that today. Arkham site? I don't know what that is, man. Man, if we can get this going like that a couple times, that'd be great, but we might get a flush here again. Down to this line right here. 2902. And I'll have a position, I'll have a limit ready in this area. You know, one thing when it comes to trading, I'm not going to sit there and say that you have to eliminate fear. You have to understand where that fear stems from. That fear simply just stems from not having a setup, not understanding your charts, not understanding price action, not understanding your strategy fully. And if that is the case, then if you're going to try to learn while you're trading using real money, you're going to use small positions. The idea of you trading with small positions is to learn as you go, so that way you don't lose all your money. You'll become more profitable as you start to understand that fear and eliminate that fear. And the reason that fear is eliminated and understood better is because you understand your strategy better. You understand your setup better. There are hundreds and hundreds of different strategies that are out there. I personally use a mixed bag of them, from TD9 sequentials, from liquidity maps, from harmonics to smart money concepts, from candle analysis, using indicators like DMI, wave trend, RSI, money flow. So I have a mixed bag that I like to utilize. You don't have to specifically use what I use. If you do, there are traders within ScalpX that have literally copy and paste my setups, my strategy, and they're profitable. But if that's something that's difficult for you to follow along, then my only recommendation for you is just to keep on showing up every single week, and this thing will start to imprint on your mind. You'll be soaked inside of these strategies. But we got to eliminate the just asking, like, is this a good time to enter, or should I be taking profit? Like, what do I do? Because honestly, my next response is just going to be like, stop trading. Come to the streams and don't trade. Just come to learn. And forgive me for saying this. I know this sounds dickish. I'm not trying to come across that way. I'm just trying to set the precedence of how these streams should be handled and how they should be viewed. Yeah, I agree with that, Freeze. Most people are telling you, well, if you didn't buy now, you're too late, or if you didn't do this, and then people start FOMOing in. I will never, ever, ever do that on any one of our streams. I will never, ever feed you FUD. I'll never, ever feed you FOMO, any of that stuff. You'll literally see me get stopped out if I get stopped out. But my reaction to that stop out may be different than yours, simply because my bias won't change. It just, I need a better entry. So I got about 30 minutes with you guys. We'll rock until about Asia, and then we'll be signing off. They'll be done. I saw it. So the eggs this morning, the eggs that were in there, here I'm thinking they're always boiled. So I'm in there cracking, like, oh, we need to bring it over the crack. I was like, oh, so that makes sense. That was my highlight of the day, right? I was like, I'm gonna go eat. I'm sitting over the sink like they were cracking on cracking. I'm like, I don't know, which is. It didn't look good, so that was my highlight, in a sense. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I hope Asia pumps too. I mean, I hope we get everything that we're looking for. I hope ETH pumps. I hope River and Dust continue to drop down. And then we're just going to be waiting for Rose. And like I said, I think Rose comes sometime next week. Dusk looks nice thus so far. Beautiful entry on that. No fib levels really, just looking at trend line in that sense. Um, let's look at USDT real quick. What did USDT do? USDT still maintaining and holding that level. Small little double top for it right over there. Still don't remember where this came from. Oh, I had this here. But you know what? We're going to get rid of it because we don't need it right now. And let's hope that holds. Literally, USDT just boomed off that level. Don't like that 7 though, to be honest with you. If I can get an 8 or a 9 here, you know, in Asia or during London, I'd feel a little bit better. That means obviously ETH will come down a little bit lower, but that's what I was showing you guys. Like I'm prepared for these lower levels. You know, 2902, 2860s inside that area. I'm gonna be prepared for that. Ah, this wasn't painful. You gotta change your lens, brother. You gotta look at it as like discounts. That's all. Just look at it as discounts. Because when price is sitting over 100K for BTC or sitting over 120, everyone's gonna be sitting there like, man, I should have bought or I wish I bought. So when there's fear and there's blood in the water, you know the drill. That's the time to start looking into buying. And then the opposite is true. You know, when everyone's euphoric and everyone's calling for these ridiculous levels, you know, that's your time to start scaling out. When your Uber driver's giving you Bitcoin advice, yeah, it's time to start scaling out. Ideally, if we can get back above this, but we might get rejection off of that, so let's pay attention to that. I think we got a shaved head on that. Yeah, see, we got a shaved head that's showing right here too. We also got shaved heads that sit over here. ETH's got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Oh, Discord's acting funny. It's not reloading the way we want to. So if you're on an ETH long, I would consider, you know, we get back to this 29.79 area. Inside that area, I would consider de-risking some of that. I wouldn't open up short. That's I'm not interested in shorting, you know, on massive spikes down to the bottom. I think that's foolish, but I would definitely be considering taking some profit off of that. You can scalp your long and then look for a better entry. That's what I'm going to do. Discord's acting funny for me. Good push on dusk. Keep pulling. We've got that imbalance that sits right around 22079, right underneath that. So we're going to be taking a little bit of profit off of that, off of the dusk move. Just in case it wants to do something funny and hold like this trend line like this and hold something like that coming down to this area and then move right back up again. Don't have the appetite for that. 29.46, that's decent. Let's go over to 377. That's the wrong pair. Come back over to ETH. Let's look at that not 377, 1362. Fighting for its life to get over 29.48. So if you take profits, let's say we get to 29.79, the theory is that it comes down lower and sweeps those lows, so you get a better entry. Not adding back at those areas. Or you can take profits and add back at the same level. Now you have the same entry point, but now you have a larger margin. If you're buying above your average, then yes, your average will rise with that. But then you're looking at it saying, okay, well, I have a higher low, so then that's where you got to make your assessment. I have all these levels right down here, like I said earlier, I was pointing out to you guys, like all these levels. Here, 2902 down to 2865, all the way down to 2822. Those get stopped out. I'll look again here inside this area. I'm just looking for discounts on ETH. If I get stopped, I get stopped. It is what it is. Because when the long starts to print, it makes up for any of those stop losses. And the stop losses are going to be minimal, 2%, 3% inside that area. But that's a good question. That's how you would handle that. Green triangles mean imbalance. Those are shave heads. Those are Moribuzu candles. That means that there's imbalance above. And the red triangles mean that there's imbalance below. Bro, I swear Rose has not moved. Rose has not moved. That's interesting. Oh. River looks decent. River's got like 15 minutes though. No real strong sell signal on that, so still, I believe we still get back into these levels. And then these are the extension levels, so just be prepared for that. That's why you see a tighter stop loss on that. I mean, if we can accumulate here in this area, that's great. I mean, then we're already positioned and we're good. I wouldn't be looking for shorts until we got to like maybe like 32.95s, 3300s inside that area. Then make an assessment from there. You could always decide to pump just based on liquidity maps. We've collected a good amount here to the downside just based on that move up. Is there still more room for liquidity to collect to the downside? Yes. And is there liquidity to the upside? Yes. So essentially you're looking at a range. Pretty wide range for ETH. You got a thick order block that sits right at 2900 even. That's a psychological level, really. And we got some orders that sit right around like 2880, 2892. And then you got some sell blocks. I mean, they don't really get thick until like 3100. You have some orders at 3100. Small little block at 3285. But the bigger blocks start kicking in right around like 3500, 3515. I could see that, you know, running up to 3500, then collapsing all the way back down to like 2200, something like that. I could totally see that. Good night, brother. Have a good night, man. Yeah, I'll be off here in the next 15 minutes or so, guys. Just an FYI heads up to you guys. This looks good. We're still maintaining. I didn't add back to it or anything like that. Just holding that position. And Rose, keep going back to Rose. Rose, bro, Rose has not moved. It's barely moving. What was the point of view for Aster? Daily. Same thing for Aster. Aster will give us those levels though. I'm fairly confident Aster will give us those levels. What else is tanking? There you go. ETH can a little bit move down. Tomorrow's what? Wednesday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. Hype is down 11%. I might look at that. I'll look at that. I think I already have hype on there, but I'll take a look at that again too. Zach, I can't do anything with Zach. So just scanning here, looking at the price change, you know, hype jumped out to me simply because it's down 11%. I haven't traded SHIB in a while. It's been like 2 years since I traded SHIB. Yeah, that happens. It could happen. But it's better just to, you know, get your rest, man. I don't even know what this is. Chili's, I guess? It's a large cap too. All right, I'm gonna look at that too. Can I even get whatever this is called on Bytenix though? Let me see if I can actually get that on Bytenix. CHZ. Yep, it's there. Okay. So I just added that to my favorites. Morpho? Is Morpho even on Bytenix? Yep, it's there too. Okay, so let's go back to this. Add that to the list. It lags like that. And then the music goes out too. CBC end? Is that on Bytenex? Let's see. It sure is. Add that to the list too. Those later. I'll be flag blue, so I'll grab those later. Pippin. Pippin's there too, so we'll add Pippin. I'm looking for double digits. Fluid. Fluid's there too. So I'm just looking for vehicles to help build bigger positions on like ETH or BTC if I'm on a long BTC. I don't know, I might enter into a BTC long this week. We'll see. That's it for now. I'll look at the list later. I feel like there's already a hype here though. Okay. Alright, so I have a list of them that I need to go through. Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. Won't do that now. Oh, I swear, Dusk is like afraid of this line. I don't know why it keeps avoiding this line. Just wild. Yeah, I'll look at those tomorrow. Seeing if there's any worthwhile entries to look at those. Quick little scalps. Something to keep the streams a little bit more entertaining, provide more value. Looking at different setups, different biases on different coins. All right, guys. I'm getting ready to wind down. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for letting me work with you guys, show you guys how I work and how I operate. A bigger thank you to you guys in the sense of subscribers. We've hit our milestone as far as 500 inside of the month of January. That is a huge milestone. I will be doing a giveaway later on in the month, if not going into February. I just need to set that up accordingly. So be sure to be following the channel. Hit your notification bells when I'm going to be streaming live. I'll be back here again streaming with you guys. It'll be another long session for you guys. Try to get in here a little bit earlier, so that way we can get some setups earlier inside of the day. But nevertheless, even if we come in late or if we come in early, you can see here evident that the setups came to us. So it wasn't about us chasing those setups altogether. It's about just being patient and waiting. So I appreciate every single one of you guys that were patient here with me, whether it was a Dusk short, an ETH long, a River short, or just waiting for Rose to actually make its moves. Nevertheless, continue to be profitable, be safe as you go into Asia and go into London. We can see some effery going into those sessions, so just be diligent. If you don't have the time to manage those positions, take your wins if you're in profits and then look back tomorrow. That's the strongest advice that I could possibly give you. That way you're not having sleepless nights. But above all, guys, God bless you, peace be with you, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.